Okay, music should be on the right level. Let's directly go into the video and then continue with that. Yeah, I think that all looks correct. Okay.
We could put this under data because it's kind of like going and
Wait, what?
notify you when a new object is added or removed from the list of groups. But we need to connect to a signal that will occur on each of these health components when their health has changed. Now, grabbing each health component when they enter the scene is also probably a little bit tricky. So I think another solution would be to have an intermediary resource object. We could call it a signal bus, or maybe something like a combat state that has a signal, and then whenever we emit the health changed signal on the individual health components.
So what we want to do is that our enemies drop or create damage numbers above them when they get damage. And I don't want to do it in the like world scene or in a separate UI layer, because I don't really see a benefit of that. Because I only would interpret that as a visual effect for now. So I definitely want to do that, try that by myself, and then see how that goes. And I don't know if I want to create a separate class for that, but it probably makes sense. And that probably would be a new scene, user interface, and then change type to label. Now we attach a script. Let's rename this as damage something label, right? Let's call it damage indicator label for now. And then we save that under damage indicator label. And I don't think I would even need to make a scene for this, right? I could just inherit a script from a label and don't even have it as a scene in here, except if I need stuff in the scene maybe later, but I don't think I will. I'll just spawn the class and not the scene. Where would that go? I don't know, I kind of feel like it's in here and not, it's like a general thing. So either it would be UI in general, or it would be, I don't know. Maybe it's just a subpart of any character potentially. Although it can be used more generally. I don't think oh no, it could also be used for, it could be used for anything that can be damaged. So it should be on the same level as the hit and hurt box. And then one can decide if it will be used or not. Okay, so this is extends label, and I think label is a control. Okay, so I could have directly created that. And now why do we do that? I think because we want to make it move up, right? So when it's created, let's Rondi Why did I write that? I wish I could have the music be louder whenever the video is not playing. That would be perfect. So I can listen to music all the time without adjusting it. And now it's just so quiet for this song. Can't have everything, right? So on ready, we wanna get the tree. Create a timer of, I don't know, 3 seconds, and then timeout. And on timeout we want to connect something like cleanup, and then we add cleanup, also void, and here we just free the thing. And then does this have a velocity? No, speed. Or I think it only has a global position. Force tracks bypass. Mouse neither. Okay, this is a different kind of track. Okay, so wait, so we would need to loop then, or how would we do that? Do you have process? Would I do that on process or physics process? Because it won't interact with anything. It should just be rendered above everything. Oh, that might be an interesting property why I would want to create that in a different place, right? So that it will be rendered above. Anyway, it will not be in physics because it will not interact with anything, and we're just gonna do global position dot y minus minus equal speed. Oh yeah, speed, and then we'll add a resource here. Label, no, damage indicator label resource. And we will create that. And we will create that. Damage in, wait, didn't I copy it? Yeah, okay. GD, I think, right? Extends resource, and that will have export var is speed. Up speed. I thought about maybe having it be, I don't know yet what the good value would be. I thought about making it more general, but I think we would just do a different kind of label if we wouldn't want to do it like that. Can't find resource. Oh, okay, so we now have speed. The speed we can use here. We do need delta, and that's basically it. So for 3 seconds this will be spawned, move upwards, and then we will be deleted. That is kind of what the Why is this not okay? That is kinda what the tutorial also did. We watched the part that we implemented now before, right? Yesterday at the end. Could not find damage indicator label resource. I mean, probably because we have not been in here or something like that. And it doesn't yet know about the resource. So maybe we need to open it once. If I would find it. How did I misclick that? What? Where is it? Maybe it's not here. It should be in entities. There it is. Is it known now? For once I don't create it in the engine and it's broken now. Damn it. Oh, maybe it's because I can only do that if I do this. Okay. So that thing now moves up and then is deleted. And I can just create that anywhere. And I mean, the other properties in theory, I could set here. So like the label settings, the size, all of that. Because that's already a property here. But I don't know if I would want to do that or if I would rather want to do that up here and have it centralized and then just set it on that thing. Or have this have a label setting and then transfer that over, I don't know. Because if I do these things here now, the way I just did, I will need to add the scene, right? And create the scene rather than creating the class and instantiating that one. But okay, now oh, and I think he had stuff to have a better pixel font, but we don't have that yet. We'll copy that because we need to download and change all of it, I think. So now let's directly go to the enemy and on hit, on damage dealt, we will create stuff. Create stuff. And the place where we did that already is in the projectile. No, in the shooter, which is now called weapon. We get an instance and then do stuff. Fact scene. But do I need to do it like this? Can't I also directly get that? So if we do it like this, can I not maybe instead do how did I call it? Damage right, that's the name. Damage indicator label. Okay, that's the name. So that was not. Or maybe because something here is not correct. Can I not do it like this? Oh, I think I can't because this is just the label and I can only instantiate a scene. So I wonder if I could have this by code. I can of course set it like set it here in the parameters or even in the character maybe. Yeah, I rather want to finish the tutorial than finding better ways to do this. So I will just do that. And I think I'll add it to why do I? Okay, let's see in the, shouldn't we have a weapon? A weapon scene. A weapon scene. We don't. So we defined it directly here, I guess. Okay, so on the weapon we have this packed scene. I wonder if I can do something better and specify it's not any packed scene, but that it would be a packed scene of the type that is used in the root node. I'm not sure if something like that is possible. Because this is just set here now, and it's fine to have it editable in the editor. I think that's not bad. Could I somehow open scene? Yeah, I can then jump there and adjust it. Some things I find quite weird still here. But anyway, we'll make it part of the character. No, of the enemy, I think. Can I also jump in that from here? No. Okay. Enemy resource. Export. Damage indicator. And that's a packed scene. And then I can take the damage. Oh, resource, enemy resource, damage indicator, instantiate that, call it label. And now we had the projectile parents group thing, which I'm not sure if that's, I would rather do it the same way, I think, than have it somewhere else, so that I can enforce it to be on top of everything, right? And I think that's only possible if I do it like that. Which means that we'll now try to get a global class, I think, which I haven't had before. So how would I do that? So I want that also in the global class. So let's put that in systems, I think, and call it global constants. Constants. Damn it. .gd, and that's that will just be the resource, if that's possible to be like that. And then this will have the parent's projectile name, so it's the same for everything. And then this will also have floaty labels group. I don't know. Floaty labels. Projectiles parent group. Floaty labels parent group. Projectile parent. Floaty labels parent. Something like this. And the question is, can I now load this as a global thing? Global. Wait, there are groups here too. Okay. So we name it differently. We name it constants single constant singleton. And then here we try again. What? Just to make sure that it's not that. Okay, so it's not that, it's something else that's broken. Okay, it seems I cannot define a class name. So this is illegal. Which means this can be renamed. Which means maybe now it works. Why is there a... What's the English term? Tractor. It's the same as in German. Why is there a tractor moving outside, passing by the house in the street? Makes no sense. They can go nowhere here. It's the end of a street. Very suspicious. Okay, let's try again. Okay. So I guess this is now our most important global singing class. And now we can go here, and rather than doing that, we do global sing dot that, and it does not work like that. Percent. I don't know if I should do it because he explains it in the video later, so maybe I should just follow the tutorial and not find it out myself just because of time efficiency. Godot, how to access global auto-loaded. No, it should be just like this actually. Except if I mistyped global. Global. Oh my god. Constant singleton. Maybe it is because I renamed it. Constant singleton. Okay, so that works now. And then let's put this actually in the indicator label. Floaty labels parent group. Parent. Okay. So we'll now have the parent where we want to create that thing. So we take that. Oh, and we can take it from the enemy and actually do that over there. Right? Ooh, I don't know if that's true. I'm not sure if it can create itself. But I for sure want to try. Enemy resource. Damage indicator. Create test. So can we do it like that? So this would be self. But this would be scene. I think the problem is that they are named the same now, right? Basic projectile, projectile. Type basic projectile. When I do that in the weapon, it's projectile that I'm creating. I don't think it's possible to do it like that. I mean, this would need to also contain the label that you want to create, the packed scene. I could just make the global thing not be a resource, and then have a create method for the group. So it would not be constants, it would be global groups. And then would be a node. And then we would have create function, create float label. And we would get a packed scene, which we then would take, and in enemy we would do global groups dot create label floaty label, and we give the indicator into that, and then obviously this must return a label, return label, and then here I can do label dot text equals test. Oh yeah, and then I need to make that the global thing again, which it no longer is, it seems. So then we can instantiate the scene. We can do all of this. projectile parent. Wait, we had that here too, right? Or rather already. No, we don't. Wait, didn't I add that somewhere already? Maybe I haven't. Floaty labels parent node. So create that, and for that we need to duplicate this, and it's actually not this but just that, and then here actually the same thing, floaty label. Oh, okay, so projectile must be set floaty label group must be set and then we can add the label. We enforce to get a string name here, and we wanna create it at a certain position. So we gonna do position. And then this is not part of that. I was just thinking that I could switch over all the groups and just have one method, just to check where I added. And then if I want to cast afterwards, I can. So I could create a type that is this or that, like a string that should be any of these. So combine them into one thing. The local function parameter name is shadowed. So you want me to name this differently? Label object name. Okay, so we spawn that now wherever you put this. And this is the only specific thing. But this is not much code. But in that case, we can also, oh, we don't even need to do that, right? It will autocast that as a label, I think. So we can just copy that here. And I think do the same thing. Projectiles. Create projectiles. Okay. So in theory, that should be enough, right? But probably this is just wasted because we could use the global groups or something like that. Maybe I'll even redo that and make this just be global. The thing is now though that, no wait, this works, right? Because we get it from somewhere. Yeah, okay. So then here we have this. And we made it a group, and here is the name that we used. Scene groups. Let's put a controller icon here and call it UI maybe. And then we add another controller and call that floaty labels. And then we add a group. Floaty labels parent. Okay. So now in theory, we should be able to spawn anything below that just with the general methods. And in the same way, the weapon should now be able, should no longer need this. And should no longer need this. And should be able to do global groups dot create res dot projectile scene. Not declared. That seems to work. I'm not sure if this is the right way to get the name. Because here we get it from the resource of this. Okay, so that should be the new code, right? And that should work. I did, by the way, I set up why do I see FPS on the top right? Whatever. I did set up Git. Okay, this also seems to work. Oh yeah, if that exists, so if not null, then we're gonna do that, else we don't. That should all work. No longer needed here. Something's broken here. Oh, because that's no longer true. Nothing of that is any longer true. Not this, not this, not that. So let's see if this still works. So in the player, in the weapon, do we still have everything set up? Yes. So let's see if we crash. We do. Damn it. Key rests on a base object of packed scene. That was what I thought, that I might need to get the name from whatever is created here and not be able to do it like this. I might, instead of doing, oh no, but base projectile is named in there, right? So I might do projectile, but then here I just override it anyway. Wait, what was the code before? Name is resource name. Oh, okay. Because I know that it has additional info. Let's see if this is acceptable. It's not. Rigid body 2D of label. Oh yeah. That makes sense that we still return that here, where this should be projectile. Okay. Still works. And now in the enemy invader, we can We can load this, which is that thing. And now we can see if there will be okay. I did not expect this to work for some reason, which is good because now I'm motivated again. We will do randomness here. Horizontal. Maybe I even calculate that and not. We don't care for performance at the moment, so why not do that? So we'll do var x equals random integer between from to between -10 -1 and 1, and then it should be f. And we're gonna do global position x plus equal. Let's be consistent here. And here we do x times that. So it should move a bit left right now randomly. Let's see if the game is stopped. And then how this looks. Oh, I could turn on the light actually. Well, that's a bit quick. Oh wait. So I could make this with more timers, right? But can I do it differently rather than with timers? I could just calculate it only once. And then it would just move in that direction. So what I could do is check the difference in the position, maybe. Or I just half it. And see if that's better. So we'll make that, do it like that, but we'll make it really weak so that it's not really moving outside that quickly. Why is it not smooth anymore? What? Was it this ugly before? Yeah, it was. Why is this not that smooth? You know what we'll do? We'll just displace it by the speed value, which I cannot do. Oh. Divided by 3. So if it's really fast, it can go further off. And then we'll also do this once by the speed value. Is it not working? Um, What I would want is above the player, right? Or the character. That would be a nice position to start. So, Godot. Get global position above the node. Get the height of a node. So I could probably just enforce. Oh, I'm dead. Could probably just enforce this with a separate property that if it's there I can use. So I could here just require another item just as an anchor point, like we had that with the hand anchor, which was just a node to D. So why not? We call it label spawner. Label spawner. Oh, node to D. We call it label spawner. Wait, how do I move it? Shouldn't it be here somewhere? Isn't it that thing? Oh, W, not M, which I pressed. So we want to spawn it, I guess, here. Let's see the idle position. Oh, way higher. It is way higher. Okay, so that would be nice. And then we just, in the enemy, ensure that we need a label spawn position. So let's do that. Label spawner. Label spawner. Wait, what's the problem? Oh, because it's of type node to D. No, sure. So label spawner, we ensure that it exists, and now we can take label spawner dot global position. And then the label should maybe not enforce some random stuff on itself. It will just be spawned, it will just move. We could have it have a direction and not just a speed, actually, but I'm fine with just straight upwards. 1 second. Where were we? Oh yeah, the enemy. I would like to have this offset, so we'll just calculate that here. I think. So... But how would I know how much I want? I think we put that in the resource. X offset. And we start with... I don't even know what kind of variable this is. Is it pixels? Is it something else? Let's try 10. And let's call it max offset. And then we get the X factor. And we take X factor and multiply it with X max offset. Of course, from the resource. Okay, let's see. Maybe 10 is just way too little, so we take 100 and then maybe start from here if something's not correctly loaded. In the weapon, when we're shooting, right? We take the global position of the weapon. Okay, why is this not working? I don't get that. Ready one. Rock 1. Rock 2. Oh, we still have a game running. But I don't think that was the problem. I hope at least. Well. Global position is 0, 0. Am I in the global script setting that later? Oh, I am. So I could just do a react on this, change of this, and then the change of this. I could react on that, or anything else. No, then I would do it every single time. I could just have a position function that will do this. Global position equals pose, and then adjusts that. And then I could take this here and do it like that. And that would solve that, so that I can have an offset. I don't know if I find this ugly or not, but that should work. Okay. But now the offset is a bit too big. So at most 15 pixel. I think that did just not apply. Actually, let's do 20, but I still don't know why the spawn point is off. Because the spawn point is now above, right? But it's not. Let's see if this has an effect. Okay. It's still kinda, I feel like the midpoint is not directly above it. Let's remove the offset. Wait, I can just do this to remove the offset. Yeah, why is that here and not there? Why is it centered? Oh, because it starts there, it's not centered around it. So... Okay, so let's start that over there. Undo this. And make the labels. Do you have a width component? Width. Text. Can I maybe go here? Can I not position this perfectly in the middle? Wait, where's transform? Shouldn't there be a transform somewhere? This node does not have an offset, right? Where's that set? Label, control, canvas node. But it is no node 2D node, so how does it have a position? Process. Transform. Here it is. Okay. So how do I know the width? Oh, there, size. Okay, so if that's the size, then X should be 700 20, and then this should be 440. Okay, so now it should be spawned center. I should if I do temporary changes, I should just do it here. If I'm in the editor, I want to edit in the editor. Okay, that's even more offset now. Well, I did also make it... Maybe this has no effect though, because it's not an actual offset in that way. So let's bring it back here, but let's add a node to D. Selection changed at some point. Can't be parented. Wait, what is this? I mean, I don't know yet how the UI works, so... Maybe that's also a problem. And now it should be centered in that position, right? In the top left corner. Oh, that's why it's further, because now this is moved there. So I would want to move the center point here again of this scene, rather than needing to deal with the offset. But I could just calculate it, even though I don't think that's a nice way to do it. So there seems to be a size. So we take pose and we subtract half of the size. That seems to have worked, I think. Let's do it without that. Excuse me? I didn't press enter, I think. Okay, so that spawns just above their heads now. Which means we can move this now a bit further down. And then we can go back here and make this reset. See how that looks. And then the only thing we want to change is the size maybe and the font, but we'll do that with when he shows that later. Damn it, it's so hard to get them in a position where they will get continuously damaged. Okay, so here, theme, new theme, font size 10, and that works, right? Okay, maybe even 8. Yeah, if that's a crisp number. That would be fine, and the font will load in a second when he shows us how to do it. What else? Oh yeah, we also need to set the proper text, which will be... Can I do something like this? Godot number to string. Okay, what we do need though, maybe we can also do that here with the theme. We can do it here with the theme. Maybe we can do it in a second. So I need a color, right, to modulate the color. And I could do this here, probably. Yeah, no, outline, font, color. Here I could do it. Okay. Yeah, so we can have that in a second. Okay, so I think I'm happy with this. So we'll watch the video for a bit, and then I will do what the next check will be. Label spawner. Oh yeah, we can check in the... Wait. No, that's right. If the names are set correctly, that would be interesting. But other than that, this should be fine. So we will see this here. Root. UI. Floaty labels. Damage indicator. Okay, nice. And then also in the world, projectiles. Basic. That also works. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we'll get the color in a second. Until then, it's really cool when they fall into like a bunch of them and immediately die. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay. Let's continue with the video a bit and see how far they got. Oh wait, maybe we can UI theme new font. Maybe color will not be here. Is this nice though? If we have this flashy color for the damage, why not put this as the damage color? Or general the text color? Nah, general it should be this. But it should have an outline. Because this is just way too hard to read. Is 99 even correct? Invader. Oh yeah, here we do the shader, right? So player. Player. No, it was correct. So what do I do with that? I should get another color for this that's better. Let's see how it will look for now with the invader colors of the blinking shader. This color. Wait, I could also do that just the floaty labels get that color, right? So this will stay in that color. But here, or maybe I cannot, because that will now be the combined color, because it will modulate over that. We'll see. I'm fine enough with this. I think I'm fine enough with this. And then we'll grab the pixel font. We'll make it look nicer. Okay.
Also emit, say combat state.health change.emit, and then we can just connect to it inside of the gameplay combat text systems. So let's go up to the root of our project. We could put this under data, because it's kind of like going in the transmission of data, but I might prefer something like a new folder, and we'll call it state. So if I right click on state and create a new script, we'll call this combat state, and this will inherit from resource. Okay, we'll create that in there. So the combat state, we'll make that the class name combat state, and this will have a export var health.
That's kind of what our global groups thing I think is.
Health component, a new value.
He will say something like group
and the amount changed
won't work, and I don't quite get why, because for us it did work.
Signal health changed. Of course, we'll probably add extra stuff to this later on, but for now, that might be all we need. So if I right click on state and create a new resource and we look for combat state, let's save that under state, combat underscore state. Okay, so we have the one combat state there now. So we can go over to our health script and get a reference to it. So at export var combat state of type combat state, and we do combat state dot health changed dot emit self current health and amount changed.
What I want to have also is like a global UI.
We want to go to the inspector and make sure we quick load that combat state.
So that we can access that from everywhere.
Now there's also the option of perhaps making
I think at least that I want to do it like that.
So that you don't have to assign it in the inspector. I think that's
or I do it that I create the UI and then in the UI you can like hook up stuff. So in the UI node you say like what should be hooked up for the live progress bar or something like that.
Mostly a matter of preference. Here, if you do leave it as an export, you do have the option of separating the resource into multiple resources of the same type that may exist in your project. But I think either will work okay for our situation. So now in the combat text system, we just need at export var combat state, type combat state. Okay.
Let me turn on the light. I think that's smart. Light and food. That's a good combination.
We want to connect to the health changed signal. So if is instance valid combat state, well, at this point we'd be disconnecting from it. So combat state dot health changed dot disconnect underscore on health changed, and then we set the combat state to the value that we pass in during the setter function, of course. Then just take this down here and do connect instead of disconnect. So basically, if there's an old combat state, when we set the value here, we disconnect from the signal, we set the combat state, and we connect to the new combat state signal. So now we need the signal callback. So function underscore on health changed, which takes a health component. So p health, the new amount. So p new int, and the amount changed, p amount of type int. Okay, now from our combat text system, we can basically do whatever we want with it. The health component is a node 2D. If you haven't already set it to a node 2D, you can do that so that this has a location in the game world. That makes it helpful when we want to set text on it. So we need to basically have an instance of the text that we're going to instantiate, and then we put it right on top of the health area. Perhaps by some offset, and show the amount changed, and perhaps red or green text depending on if it was damage or if it was healing. So let's put a reference to a packed scene that we can instantiate.
We don't need that, I think. I would know how I would switch the colors, so I don't need to implement that because I don't think that's helpful if we don't do this project until we get a healing thing.
Instantiate, export var text template, we can call it, which will be a packed scene. And on health changed for right now, we'll pass. So we need to create a new packed scene for text. Let's create a new scene. This will be user interface, and we want it to be, I guess, just a label. So let's right click, change type to label. And we'll call this health changed label. Sure. Let's put in some default text, like 100. Okay, so we can see that's like really tiny up there in the top left. So we might want to change the font size. You do that on label settings. So new label settings, font, let's say 36. Okay. If you want, you can change the font to something else as well in your project. You can also use themes for that. I won't really get into that in this tutorial, but there's template. Let's quick load that from the project. We want our health changed label.tscn. Our combat state, we quick load that to be our combat state.tres. Okay, so we have the reference there. We connect to the signal, and now we need to spawn the text template. So let's get the spawn position, which is going to be the phealth.global position. And we also need to instantiate the text instance. So text instance equals text template dot instantiate. We will add that as a child to, let's say, the UI. So we need to reference the UI parent. So let's say export var UI parent. And this will be
yeah, I didn't do it with the UI parent. I did it with the group.
Be some control. So
Should
inside
still
of our
be
gameplay
fine.
scene, we can create the UI. I'll add a child node. Let's just say control. I'll rename this UI, and then I'll assign the UI parent.
You did use control, right?
Scene, we can create the UI. I'll add a child node. Let's just say control. I'll rename this UI, and then I'll assign the UI parent as something we can put the text under as a child. Okay, so whenever we instantiate, we do UI parent dot add child, and that's going to be the text instance. Then we set the position to be the health values position. So
yeah, we have exactly the same, just with the global parenting,
global position,
global grouping
health
class.
Global position. We can also mention that this is supposed to be a label as the root, so that'll make it easier to do stuff like text instance dot global position, because now the code understands that it's a label, so it has all of its properties. And then we want to like move the text up. We also want to set its color depending on the value. So we'll set the text instance.
Am I no longer on double speed?
To be equal to a string of the p amount. Okay. Now for our label, we might want to do stuff like read the text and then see if it's positive or negative. If it's negative, then we make the text red. Otherwise, we make the text green. So let's add a script here. We can put it in UI health changed label. That seems good. I'll create, give it the class name, health changed label. And we'll have some settings over here. So at export var. So let's say that we have a class for determining the colors we set inside of the game. So we could say
true, the global color thing is definitely something I would want.
Something like that, and this will be a game colors resource. So for that and data, we'll create that. I'll right click, create new script, game colors.gd extends resource. So
but that would only help me if I set the modulate set the modulate in each thing, right? Because I think in the UI I cannot, when I put a color in here, what is a swatch? I don't think I can like pick a color here that is globally defined in a script combined. At least I don't know how. Maybe that is what swatches are. No, because if I change these now, they will not change everything, right? So I wouldn't need to do it in a way that if I change this color, all the color places change. Which would not work if I do it via UI. So I would need to fix the texture to have this color directly. Maybe something like that. But for a normal game with other assets, the color of the sources and sprites would be correct already. And only if I explicitly want to modulate something of them, change something of them, it would be with the shader, so everything else would be correct. So I would never have the modulate thing, and I wouldn't have that problem. And in that case, a global theme library would be nice, to use that everywhere. I wonder if I could also use it in a shader, or if the shader are not able to load data from a global scene, and then I would need to define it there additionally. Okay, but that means for my use case, I think I don't need a global color thing right now.
Green, lawn green, why not? Because we have this bit, setting it to a default value, this is actually unnecessary. And then we can do export var negative health.
But I think he needs the columns, right? The double dots, else it will not enforce the type, and you could switch it.
And let's give it a class name.
So it is necessary if you don't do double point equal.
Data, create new, and then we'll do game colors.gt, save it as game colors, save it in there. Now we need to reference these values in our health changed label. So over here, we just save that again. And we get the game colors resource.
Okay.
And we assign it in the
We'll see how far we get, because we implemented quite a bit. And we were somewhere here last time when I stopped yesterday. So we might actually
from gamecolors.trs
get quite far.
So the reason I did all that is just
movement
to make it consistent.
curve.
So if we have anything else in the game that needs to reference colors,
UI panel, okay, and this will be where the UI of my player will then be added, probably.
How much healing it does.
So maybe we get till here and then we learn something new.
Colors there, as well as in the health changed label. So just combining everything into one resource and then sharing it across the project. So we have the game colors. When we set the health changed label text, let's see if there's a signal for that. Control, not seeing it, this will be an integer. So text is going to equal the string of the p health change. And then basically, if this is positive, we'll show the positive health. If this is negative, we'll show the negative health. If it's 0, that's a good question. Maybe we just show negative. Or maybe positive. Okay, so if p health
This is harder to just watch in silence than yesterday when I have not heard it before.
Color. Let's see. How do we
but I forgot too much to know if there was something interesting that I wanted to do, or if we already programmed everything interesting.
But not children components. So let's say self-modulate equals colors dot negative health.
Oh, the self-modulate is interesting, actually. We did that differently now, but
the system, we're going to look for a health change. So in gameplay,
that would be interesting.
We expect it to be a health changed label. So if not, or let's say if not is instance valid, text instance, then
where are we in the combat text system?
Instance async that is not a health changed label. And it will return here because we can't do anything with that. But we should also remove it from the scene though. So text instance dot free. Okay, just to make sure we clean that up.
I think I don't check that right now, do I? Yeah, I should check that. Oh, I'm not even sure if that should be a runtime thing. Yeah, because no, that should be an assert. If that happens, someone put put in the wrong packed scene. And that is what I would like to be like more specific and don't have just packed scene, but define the type of the packed scene. But I don't think that's possible. So we'll just say label unequal null. Why is this no longer possible? Oh. Set pose. And this should be projectile. Projectile. Thank you. And we do the same check. Project. Projectile. Okay. And this should still run. Okay.
From the scene. Okay. So assuming it is a health changed label, then we.
Oh wait, and the returning actually. Nah, that should be something that should be found before. If I don't find such things before someone else would play that, I think that would be really
Okay, and that's what we need to do there.
Likely?
So,
I'm not sure.
Let's see if we hit play, if we can actually get them to instance at all. Let's see, node 2D, so it can't be assigned to node. Right. So for the health component, we do need to make sure that we change them into a 2D node. So in player, I'm going to right click, change type, node 2D. And in invader, I'm going to right click, change type to node 2D.
I feel like
and I'll try
the coughing is a bit worse than yesterday. Although I would have expected to be fully healthy again today.
I guess because these changed to the base type, I need to reassign them now. So that's a little annoying. But let's go into invader and let's see.
But probably tomorrow morning it will be perfect, so I can work without problem and only been sick in my vacation.
Play one more time. We'll try shooting, and it's still having an issue. So the hurt box needs that reference to the health. So the hurt box in player is down here at the bottom. Assign the health.
I like my way more without all this assigning all the time.
Hit play, and let's shoot. Okay, so the set shader action is not finding the sprite dot material. So if we do actor dot sprite, we can see that's not there. And that's for the invader. I must have just forgot to assign it. So in invader, we assign the sprite, which is the sprite 2D, the character sprite 2D, hit play. Okay, let's try shooting again.
What's this?
Our text does not at the moment. Okay. If we check
hair
world,
is doing in my face all the time.
Because we're still loading the game world, we're not loading the gameplay scene. So we need to change our project settings to run, not the world scene, but the gameplay scene, so that all of our systems, like the combat X system, load, as well as the UI.
Okay, let's see if this works now.
Play, we can see that the text is way bigger than we would have thought. So we need to shrink the font size at the very least.
We are zoomed in and we're in a pixel look.
Load, the health changed signal triggers, so we need to be careful about that and make sure that doesn't actually occur on the first load. Let's go into the health signal. We can say that the signals don't emit until on ready has actually occurred. So if we create a var ready, and then we say after ready equals true, make this a boolean. So to pick up again, we want to make sure that we only emit health changed signals if this script is already ready, because on the first load, where we're just setting the health initially, the health hasn't exactly changed, we're just setting the health. So we want to make sure about that. Now, I was going to set up the ready boolean, but it appears that ready is already defined. It could be conflicting with the ready function there, or I don't know, there might actually be a ready property that I don't know about. So signal, I'm going to have a variable that will just say var ready done, which is false by default, and then when ready is done here, I'll say ready done equals true. If we wanted to be absolutely sure that all versions of ready were done calling, we could use the on ready signal. And I don't know, maybe, yeah, sure, I could just show how that would be done. So we could say ready.connect, and then underscore on ready, and we move this to function on ready, and just put ready done equals true. And what this would mean is that if we have a child class that's also calling ready, and then it goes super ready to get this code to run, that I think this would make sure that all versions of the
we had
function
one
run
case where we would
before it
need
actually
that,
uses.
but
So, technically speaking, I
I'm
think this would be
skeptical
a little
that
bit
that's
correct, although I
exactly
do want
what
to override 99%
should
So,
be.
yeah, ready done,
So the
we're
on
gonna
ready
check
would be
here
more
ready
initialized,
done,
and then
we're going to emit the signals. Otherwise, we're not going to emit the signals because
this
it's
is
like
one
true.
step
Another
after
alternative would be-
initialize.
So I think that should work good. If we hit play now, we shouldn't see the 100s pop up. So as you can see, the numbers only appear after they start taking damage, not on the first load set of that value. So that works. Now going back over to the health change, the label settings, the font is way too big. So in our game, the camera, I think, scales it up 2 or 3 times. So if we hit play, it should still be pretty large on the screen. So we got that -1 there. And we probably would change it to something else, like a pixel art font. Actually, it does really bother me. I do want a font that works for this.
Okay, now is
So
fun
the font we
time.
get off H.io is M5X7. So I'm going to download that.
Ooh, that was
I want
bright.
a font that works for
And
this.
we do it again.
Let's grab something. So pretty good font.
Okay, I got the same thing. Download now.
We can get off itch.io is M5X7. So I'm going to download that to the project and we'll use that as our main font. And
Wait, how do I download this? Let me hide. Okay. I think I can unhide again.
I'm going to create a folder in the project, the file system for it. I'll just call it fonts. And maybe actually move the fonts folder into art. Fonts is probably only going to contain one or 2 files for like the whole project. And to have it in the root directory is like a little bit too much space, I would think, for giving it, if that makes any sense. So if you just pop it in there, go back to the project, it should show up as a .ttf file here.
Okay.
So regarding using the font settings, I think what I want to do is create a theme, and I'll do that on gameplay. I'll click on UI. This theme will apply to every control that you add to the UI. So if we expand theme here in the inspector, new theme, we'll expand that. I'm going to use the default fonts, just drag and drop.
Okay, so we have the font, gameplay, UI, theme, this font.
Default font size, let's say 12 or 16 maybe. You can see a preview down here at the bottom. I'm going to save this to the project, right click save as.
We have 8.
This is probably in UI. So let's save this as UI theme dot whatever the default is. I think it might be TRES resource. And now if we hit play when we should go, it should be using the new font. But I'm not sure if it is.
I'm not sure if we... Why would I need to save that? If I ever like mess up and delete that node, yes. But then I can just Control Z, get it back. Okay, with that font, we'll definitely need it to be bigger. That not looks so much nicer than the blurry thing before. But for me, it's a bit too big. Doesn't look, maybe it must be multiples of 8 to look good. I mean, I'm fine with this. It's a bit too big for my taste, but looks decent, I think. This dude is never fallen in here for ages, I think. Always falling down. No, we're stuck. Okay. We now have the custom font.
So let's expand gameplay, UI, click on these. Maybe the label settings is just kind of overriding that. So if we go to the health change label, we can undo the label settings because I think that's overriding the theme. Hit play and let's shoot it, guys. Yeah, I think the font changed here. And you can see that this font is more like pixel perfect. There's no anti-aliasing. So those kind of pixel fonts work a lot better for these type of games. Let's say if I click on health change label, give it a add child node, a timer. Okay, and this timer can just be 1 second. Let's say one shot auto start. So it's going to play once and then we're going to connect to the signal. When this timer is up, we remove it from the scene. Inside of the health change label, let's give it the reference to the timer. And then let's give it a move vector. Or
we have the timer in code. We have the move speed. So I think what he does now is exactly what we did.
So this would be like the speed per second of delta time, and then we can use the function underscore process.
True, I could have done just a vector move speed so that it's not just upwards, but any direction.
Move to the right or diagonally as well. And then on ready,
but I don't know.
This below. Above process, I'll put function underscore ready, and then we'll connect to timer dot.
I don't know if I want to do the next section because
down here at the bottom,
the knockback stuff with curves and
timeout is one word, so
invincibility frames we have already, but the curves.
This from the scene, so I'll just say queue free. Queue free just waits till the end of the frame before removing it. So anything else that is on this object will have a time to finish up its scripts before.
Just because it's implemented so differently for him and me, I don't know if that will be fun. But we'll see.
At the end of the frame. Okay, I think that's probably pretty much it. So let's hit play. Let's shoot, and I did not set a timer. So in the inspector, we have to go to health change label and assign the timer. Play,
yep,
and let's shoot.
all
okay,
the
assigning. It moves too fast and it lasts for too long, I would say. So let's go into the script. I'm going to change this to -75. Hit save just for the default. On timer, I'm going to make it 0.5 seconds. So let's hit play again and see if that's a little better. Okay, so it kind of works. Yeah, it's a little fast though. It's a little fast. So I'll make it -50 for the move speed vector. So let's hit play again. Shoot some enemies, and
but it's not spawning as nice as for us, where it spawns a buff.
So you can see
but
we're taking
inside
10 damage a hit. Pretty unfair considering the projectile only does 1, but hey. And you can also see that we easily get hit 2 or 3 times. So
yeah, I don't want us to have damage numbers above us. That's just confusing if the enemy has the same UI response. But I want a huge life bar for us, actually.
I'm going to re-demonstrate that. Watch as the player will be in the hit state and get hit multiple times during the hit state, which is not good. Yeah, okay, there we go. -10, but 2 times during a hit state. So being hit while the character's in a hit state and can't move is pretty unfair. So that's why I wanted to point out what's happening behind the scenes, but now we can see it visually. So we want to take our player, I'm going to the player scene and make sure that the default animation is actually run. Let's play that, and now in the world, what's going on? So I'm going to jump into the level and move our player down a bit. Let's make him actually sit on the ground when the game starts. Same with this invader, I think. Doesn't make a lot of sense for them to start above the ground. And actually, if I look at this, you can see that the physics shape is making the invader above the ground too. That's a little wonky, so I'll jump into the invader scene. And yeah, we either have to move the character sprite down a frame, like that, or we have to move the physics shapes up a frame. But if we're moving the sprite, we should also move some.
I don't think that's true. I think it's only looking like that because he's in the hit state
as long as the invader's going to stand on top of the ground, that's what makes sense.
and not in the run state.
Didn't save level 1, so I need to save that so that the world can update. Okay, now he's on the ground in the world as well.
No.
So on the player scene, let's make it so that when our character gets hit or dies, that we set the character to be invincible. So there would be 2 ways to approach this. One would be that you take all of the incoming damage and make it 0. The other would be that you remove the ability to access the hurt box. Or I guess a third would be that you disable damage, but you still allow the hurt box to be hit in the case of a healing effect. So maybe we'd want the character to be able to be healed, but not to be able to be damaged when the character's in a hit stun. So if you disable the hurt box entirely, it wouldn't be able to be targeted by anything. So that might not be what we want. Okay, so in order to take our hurt boxes...
I didn't fully understand what he was talking about there.
But if we're moving this right, we should also move some of these shapes. So move this collision hitbox down. Okay, maybe this hurt box.
I also don't get why he has the hurt box like that. Why is it only on the right side of the body and like... I don't know.
So I'm going to jump into the level and move our player down a bit. Let's make him actually sit on
Let's
the ground.
watch this again.
Same with this invader, I think. Doesn't make a lot of sense for them to start above the ground. And actually, if I look at this, I can see that the physics shape is making the invader above the ground too. That's a little wonky, so I'll jump into the invader scene. And yeah, we either have to move the character sprite down a frame, like that, or we have to move the physics shapes up a frame. But if we're moving this right, we should also move some of these other physics shapes. So I'll move this collision hitbox down. Okay, maybe this hurtbox should actually shrink a little bit, and I'll move it down. So as long as the invader's going to stand on top of the ground, that's what makes sense. So back in world, we should see them flush against the ground. Didn't save level 1, so I need to save that so that the world can update. Okay, now he's on the ground in the world as well. So on the player scene, let's make it so that when our character gets hit or dies, that we set the character to be invincible. So there would be 2 ways to approach this. One would be that you take all of the incoming damage and make it 0. The other would be that you remove the ability to access the hurt box. Or I guess a third would be that you disable damage, but you still allow the hurt box to be hit in the case of a healing effect. So maybe we'd want...
I just disabled damage, I think, right? Player. Wait, what? Was hit. Hit shader. Oh yeah, I just, oh yeah. We have the is hittable property. He implemented that and was like, let's do it. Let's do it. It is hittable. And now he's not using what he has created earlier. There was another thing with the collision layers that he also just ignored. And probably just forgot over the time of the different courses that he did that. Yeah, this is really cheesy to do like that, but works. And it's better than, I think, what he's doing there with disabling or whatever.
It wouldn't be able to be targeted by anything. So that might not be what we want. Okay, so in order to take our hurt boxes and make them invincible, what I think I want to do is, as part of the sequence for the player behavior tree, we'll add an action where we target the hurt boxes and set a property invincible to make them invincible. So in the hurt box 2D, I will make a export var invincible and not invincible. Okay, so by default, pretty much every hurt box is going to be off for the invincibility. So we need to create a action on the hit sequence. I'll right click here, add child.
He's doing it in get hittable, but he's adding an invincibility property
node and say,
rather than inferring it from the state of being hit.
Hurt box invincibility. All right, click here. Extend
Dislike. Really dislike that.
So there's an array of hurt box 2D, and we want export var make invincible, or maybe just invincible, and this will be, well, just a boolean. I guess we don't have to make it invincible by default. So just going to toggle the value to whatever we want on or off, and we can add it twice, once to turn it on, once to turn it off. So function before run, which is going to take a p actor, we're not going to use that, underscore p actor, type node, and then underscore p blackboard, which is a blackboard, and then this will return void. We're going to take each hurt box, so for hurt box and hurt boxes, we're going to take hurt box.invincible, and that's going to equal our invincible property. And then we need to do a function tick.
Oh yeah, I mean, if he goes full in on the behavior tree, it kind of makes sense to do it more like this. But I dislike the... It's too variably, too variable, too disconnected. Bit too much, yeah, for me, I think.
And the first one will be set hurt box invincibility. So now basically, while play hit action is running, it's going to be invincible, and once it's done.
But I like that he now has components that he can just throw around and do what he wants, like with the shader. That is quite cool. But I think I would rather want to have that on the code level, maybe, because those are general decisions that will not, I don't think those will be something one plays around with and adjusts in the UI. You're not gonna have an enemy and just throw in some components for the behavior and then it does exactly what you want. You'll have some common things, but I don't think you're just doing, I don't know, 5 different damage attack ways and then every enemy is just a recombination of the attack patterns, but you rather have specific individual attack patterns for every single enemy. So I don't really feel to put it all in behavior tree and rather have states and have it individually for every single enemy, and then probably rather do substate things that I then combine. I don't know. Not sure. I definitely need to watch a video that is giving good details and explanations on when and why to use behavior tree or state machine and what like benefits and problems will be.
hit, but we should only...
At the moment, I'm not sold. I'm just not sold on those. The way he uses them, at least. Or uses the behavior tree.
See the damage text appear once. So I'll go in here, and you can see that we only get damaged once, even though we're running through multiple guys. So that is one approach to invincibility. It does kind of depend on us having the behavior tree, but if we're using that for all of our enemies and our player as well, then I think it's okay to set it up there. Although there's many other options. I did have other ideas in mind, like you could basically manage it straight in the hurt box by reading from the blackboard if this hit data. You could disable the collision shapes entirely.
Or in the player.
Back on, therefore the character wouldn't be able to be interacted with by anything that targets the player layer. It's really just a lot of approaches. So in this part, I want to clean up all the warnings that we've been getting so far in the tutorial series, just so that we're up to a good point before we continue. So let's start with all of these, the parameters never used.
Do we have any... Where is it? Errors. We're just ahead.
Warnings. So if we click on each of those and they say like, okay, Godot hasn't been used, so underscore it, then we can just find it and then underscore it, or we can not assign it at all. So in this case, I'll just do hurtbox.hit, and we don't need to assign the return value to anything. And this next one, the actor, I'll just underscore it for both of those function parameters when we don't use it. And let's do the same thing for any of the other tick or other action leaf related functions. Okay, and in this case we did use the blackboard, so we don't want to underscore that one. But in this one we're not using the blackboard, so we underscore it, and then here, underscore and underscore. Nope, just for the actor actually. Okay, here is another actor and blackboard. On this one, actor and blackboard, underscore them. On this was hit function, we're not using the hit data.
I think that's all just underscore stuff, right?
Before run, looks like we're not using the blackboard, and I guess, no, we are using the actor. On after run though, we're not using the actor or the blackboard. So if I clear here and we hit run and let's just do normal stuff, we should see a lot of the warning messages disappear. So now that most of those are cleaned up, we can finish up just with this last one. This tick doesn't use actor, and let's see. On this one, the variable Randy has the same name as the built-in function. We can see that if we type in Randy, we can see that you can generate a random number, and I guess even without having a random number generator object like we created in a previous video. So I'm just going to take this and say random integer and change the value down here. So now that this doesn't use the same name, there shouldn't be a conflict there. On this
okay, we don't have that because I used that directly.
If we look at the top, we have the force vector there. So calculate force vector, we could just rename this to be calculated vector, and then return the calculated vector. So it's just important to make sure the names don't match properties, because otherwise there can be some confusion there. And let's see, here the spawn position is never used. So spawn position equals p health global position. What we probably want to do is take spawn position and replace it here. Okay, so we got the spawn position, we're setting it here, and let's just kind of clarify why we're using p health global position, because it's the spawn position of our text instance. And let's see, p new is never used, so we can underscore that parameter as well. And in this class, the combat state health changed is never explicitly used. So for that, I think we can do...
I will not have an extra line to clarify that's a spawn position for something where I'm spawning something.
We're just doing it through other objects. So our health object emits the health change signal through the combat state, and that's getting sent to the combat text. So the combat text system, if we look in there, it responds to the health change on combat state. So we don't need to worry about how this isn't used internally in this class, because it's actually being used through the class by the health object. So we can ignore that for right now with warning ignore. Okay, let's hit
what?
Because we have one more warning to go through. So that's object stats, resource not local to scene. So that's kind of what we expected, that an object stats should always be local to the scene, because they are going to be unique per object. So what I want to do here is set a breakpoint and see which object we did not set local to the scene on. So if we check self, it's a type of character stats. Let's see, is there anything that we can use to see which object this was? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. So I'll go through the scenes and just see where that's not local. So in player stats, if we open resource, we can see this isn't local to the scene, so we need to set that local to the scene. If we hit play now, okay, that debug message goes away. So that warning was just there because we want to make sure if there's multiple copies of the player, that each copy of the player stats, or the object stats, which this is a child class, is unique to that character. Now,
yeah, I don't have that problem because I just
at this point, this is more just like a stat block that we use, not one that we
create them separately, and I don't have the health.
So that basically clears up all the warnings that we've had.
I don't have the current health value in that property. He also has no longer, so he doesn't even need the local scene thing. He should have removed it from code. That would be more correct, I think.
Tutorial so far. But at this point, this is more just like a stat block that we use, not one that we modify. So it's possible that we might not need that to be there anymore. But just as written, we wanted to correct that warning.
And, oh yeah, he even said it himself. Okay.
The tutorial so far. So now we can start working on other stuff in the final few parts of the series. So although our knockback is working, when they get knocked back, it's just a consistent speed, which could be more interesting. So one way we can change that is by creating a curve resource and then sampling from that resource to figure out at what point during the knockback animation, we could say, that they should be going either faster or slower. So we could have a build up of speed, or we could start really fast and then end kind of slow. So I think that this would be most appropriate in our weapon stats script, where we have our knockback stats. We'll just jump into knockback stats, and then we can add a curve here. So add export var curve, and this will be...
Okay, I want that. I don't know why, but I'm not really feeling like learning stuff today. But that's the advantage of streaming, that I'm forcing myself to do it. So we're gonna do that now. And we gonna do it at 1 speed though, not 2. Let's see, for us that would be in the enemy resource. Pushback resistance. No, it would be in the projectile resource. Why do I have two cursors here? Pushback strength. Export. Ooh, I don't know if that will probably work for us. Pushback curve. Because I would need to store that curve probably while applying it. We'll see.
Of type curve. I don't think it needs to be curve 2D here. So we'll start with a regular curve. And let's save this. Now if we open up weapon stats basic and we expand our knockback stats, then we should be able to see the curve resource here. So for the curve resource, let's do a new curve. We'll expand it. And you'll see this little blank graph. So let's start with a preset to make setting it up a little easier. If we click preset,
what did he create?
to see the curve resource here. So for the curve resource, let's do a new curve. We'll expand it.
What?
And curve resource here. So for the curve
Why does he have so little? Oh. 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 Okay.
resource, let's do a new curve. We'll expand it. And you'll see this little blank graph. So let's start with a preset to make setting it up a little easier. If we click preset, we can do linear to start, which would pretty much give us the current value of, we just move at a consistent rate as we go from point 0 to point end. So on this
Why is this ease out? I think I would want something like this.
graph, the duration is
We have stronger pushback and then it
and then the force is
slowly
going to
stops.
be our 0 to 1 in the y direction. So basically, as time progresses, the current velocity of our object is going to change. So let's click on the curve resource menu and choose a new curve. I'm going to go to presets and let's start with linear. So in this graph, x is basically going to be our time, the duration. So at 0.25 seconds, that's actually the 1 over here. And for 0 to 1, we are going to basically be taking the current force velocity and multiplying it by this value to find the final force. So with this graph, what would be occurring is that at the start of our movement, it wouldn't move at all. And at the end over here, it would move our full amount. So if we wanted it to work as it did right now, we could go to presets constant and then just move these over to 1, like so. And then we'd basically be doing a 1.0 multiply times the force for the entire duration. Rather than needing to do that for a simple knockback like we currently have, I'll just make it so that we only multiply by the curve if one exists in our knockback stats. So if we wanted to have a build-up of speed, we could do linear here. So we start not moving and we end moving at the full rate. So we'd start not moving and we'd move at the full rate up here. So we can start with that and see if we want to adjust this. In the script, I'll give it a comment. So on this curve, x is the time.
Wait, why does he... What? No.
Wanted to have a build-up of speed, we could do linear here. So we start not moving and
Why would we have a build-up, moving slower and then fast? The kick should move it fast and then you're slowing down, stopping the movement.
And moving at the full rate. So we'd start.
But we'll see how it looks.
We'd move at the full rate up here. So we can start with that and see if we want to adjust this. In the script, I'll give it a comment. So on this curve, x is the time elapsed of the duration, and then y is a multiplier for the force at the given time. So the y multiplier and the x time elapsed. And this should be optional. So when you set comments like this, you can hover over the property in the inspector, and you can read those comments there, by the way. So when you set comments like this in the script, you can read them in the inspector by hovering over them like this, by the way. So now we need
This double sound sometimes. I can't believe it must be him, right? Can't be me that it's just said 2 times the same thing. It must be badly cut together, something like that. Optional. With a dash? Or maybe that's not actually doing something but just text. This defines the decline of the pushback effect. Yeah, it's just text. It's not marking it as optional. Come on. Okay.
Need to take this curve and apply it to the force when we create a hit. So in hit data, I think what we want to have here is just to sample the current force. I'll go with something like get velocity. So I might start with something like
Why is he in gameplay? Oh, he's not, I think. I hate that you can never see what file people are in because it's on the left side and barely marked.
The base factor, the hit data. I think what we want
Hit
to have
data.
here is just to sample the current force. I'll go with something like get velocity. So I might start with something like the base vector, which will be equal to the direction times the stats.force. So that'll be kind of like our base movement amount before we apply the curve. And then if stats.curve, then we're going to adjust that by whatever the sample value is.
So I will do the pushback and set the move force for me, but I will not do it, I will not have a decline, right? So I think I will listen to what he does and then see what I do with it. Because I would need to store that we're in a hit state, right? In the similar way like we... What? Where do we do that? Oh, we don't do it here, yeah, because it's all mixed. We do it, but for the invader, it's here that we set that in the hit state. So if I would want to do that... that would be even worse. But in the player, we do something like that where we set the shader directly. So I could here, instead of setting something like is processing hit, I could say I could store the value that I want to keep. So for as long as I'm in the hitting process, that's why I didn't want to really do this part, because I felt like it will be a bit annoying, because it won't really be fun to do with how bad the structure is and how mixed it is between what he does and we have. Maybe instead of having this, I could sample that here and then not apply the force, but have the move force be a curve. And that curve then just would be applied. Let's see what he does, and then... But in that case, we'll go over to this again. This hair. Damn it.
Which is a float. Time elapsed, of course, will start at 0, and then we'll sample the curve and multiply its value by the base vector. So sample value equals stats.curveSample, and that'll sample the time elapsed. So before that, of course, we want to add time elapsed plus equals the p delta. And then when we have the sample value, which should be between 0 or a moment in time, adjusted by a curve if one exists in the knockback.
These cuts, oh my god.
Stats. So we're no longer going to
direction times stats times force. Time elapsed, okay.
use calculate force.
Sample time elapsed. But I don't know time elapsed, at least for me, how it's set up currently, right? So I would need another timer, or actually don't make the hit be dependent on the animation time.
Vector, because we want our knockback velocity to be dynamically adjusted by the curve.
So what it would be curve dot sample and then time elapsed. So I could do that hackily, I think, by just setting a timer value to 0 and then counting up in here. Oh, why do I not set projectile? Bad me for not doing that. Projectile dot resource dot curve pushback curve dot sample we just do a move curve, put that in here, move counter, set that to 0. And I really don't like doing it like that. Move curve is a curve. Move count, but I have no idea how to. Yeah, I need the state machine stuff. So bad without that. What is the problem here? Curve, curve, and then here it's not working. It is defined. Come on. Okay, now it works. And then here we do move count. Actually, we should have it named move force counter. Because it has nothing to do with the move direction. So that should be plus equal 1, and then the move forces should be multiplied with move forces curve sampled at move force counter. Well, something is not working. so let's do the preset linear. Let's do the preset constant and see if now it looks exactly as it was before. I mean, kinda. I think it does. Okay, so that works. Why was it so much weaker though? Oh, because it adds up, right? It adds up. Because we're applying the force every time. No, we don't. Because this will reset with the move direction every time. So we need to apply the force every frame to still be affecting. And not only affect in the first frame. Okay, so that means... No, stay with me. Damn it. Okay, still working. What we're gonna do now is have it fall down. Oh, maybe this is also just not long enough. How can I make this longer, not from 0 to 1? Oh, because I don't know the time, right? So this will be 1 second now. Yeah, this will be... Oh, yeah. So I would need to sample this in a time frame, and I would need to know the animation length. But currently that is only applied due to the behavior tree time. So for as long as this hit animation plays, that's what I'm related on? No. That's what I'm building upon. So this is like 5 times 2, so it's 10 frames per second, which means that I have no idea what that means lengthwise, how long this will be. But I could do a timer here. I could fix stuff now, but I don't want to fix stuff. I just want it to work somehow. I should put a timer in here or in the actual other part and then check in the tick if the timer is still running and we were going here in the running state and only afterwards go outside, stuff like that. So because I don't want to do that, I just gonna guess the number. So constant magic number hacky magic number for the hit animation length, and we're gonna make that one be which also means that this needs to be a float, and which also means that now we divide by that thing, and it will be 1 tick, 1 frame, 1 second. How do I calculate that? I want it to be 2 seconds. Delta is in seconds. So 1 frame would be 1 second. No, that makes no sense. A fraction of a second. Oh, delta is in seconds. So delta times move forces counter, and that is divided by the magic number. So it goes from very small to a value of 1 on the number here. So if we have oh my god, why is this so hard to think about, reason about? The move forces counter is now frames if delta wouldn't exist. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that value divided by 60 would be now one counter would be 1 second. So now we get a value from 1 to 125 until we would be at that threshold. And then we multiply it by the seconds that have passed. I don't really have an idea how to get closer to that logically. Please have not reset my change. Okay. Okay, that looks kind of the same. Now if we go down early, does it look different? This is still super strong. Why is it still so super strong? If I would have done it correct, it would have been now after 0.5 seconds. 1 second. Oh my god, I don't know the values and what they mean. If this is in seconds, does that even mean? Okay, delta is in seconds. So this is how many seconds have passed. And I want to be so now the counter will be how many seconds have passed, right? Now it will be how many seconds have passed. We start at 0, we add how many seconds we had here, could be below 1, And so this will always contain our current number of seconds, and then we want to be 0 until 2 seconds for our time frame. Let's say 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so that should work now. Now this is the fraction of 2 seconds to sample between 0 and 1. And when we are bigger than 2 seconds, we are out of the sampling, which we don't care because we already left here anyway, hopefully. Why not print this actually? So it takes 0.5 seconds, 0.4, which means that now this will be interesting too. And we'll put this at that. And we'll watch it here. Wait, why are these the same? That makes absolutely no sense to me. Because it is 1. Okay, so we kind of go to 1. I don't know how we once managed to get the buff one. We can just do this and then we'll never reach 1, that's fine. And now this should sample all the values. So if you now also print this, and then here, wait, do we have a... Can we not do a step function? Oh, probably like this. What? Oh, interesting. Okay, let's do it like this. So at half the time it should stop. Let's give these things names. Time, progress, force, factor, just factor. Okay, time 0.4, factor as soon as we there at time above 0.2 the factor goes down to 0. At 2 it goes down to 0. which is what we have here. Okay, so now this should still be exactly what we had before. Yeah, but if we change stuff here now, ease out. Something like this. Yeah. It will not be that strong anymore. And we can kind of control the effect better. Okay. I do like to have full force in the beginning though. And let's do linear preset. No, constant preset. And then at the last quarter, I wanna fall down significantly. But still smooth. Oh my god. Get out here, please. I'm just too bad. Dead. Okay, give me an enemy. I think it's a bit too strong, so we'll start going down sooner. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. No. Okay. Let's see this again and then we're done with that. Oh. No. Okay, I like this. I want to save this now. Save as in the, yeah, basic projectile curve. No. Yes, yes, curve. We just do it like this. And now I can, just for fun, see how this would look. That's also interesting. Okay, but we will quick load. Oh, what? Did it not save quick load our curve? Oh, obviously it saved that. So I would have need to do this, create a new one with a linear preset like this. Actually, maybe the right thing to do. But yeah, what I want to see is that I quick load now. Okay, that works. Maybe linear, but in that way actually is the right thing. Just simple and easy. It's just too weak, but the movement for the force seems to be correct, to just be like this. This looks perfect. Would just need to be stronger. The linear thing looks like a pushback. This looks more like the parachute thing we want. Okay. Damn, now I'm happy again. That was fun to do. And we learned something new, and we can now use curves. Let's see, we add the font size. Okay, let's commit this. Add font font. Spawn damage above enemies. That label to represent damage that moves up. Advance the pushback to apply the force following a curve. That's exactly what I wanted to do, by the way, last time, where I wanted this to not be just once and linear, constant applied, but slowly get less force. But then we worked around and made it look like the parachuting. So now it can't be just the linear thing that would look right for the pushback. Oh yeah. Move the projectile spawning into a global script. Also add the label spawning. This global group spawn thing, I really like that pattern. I think this is just a factory now, maybe? Kinda, yeah. I think yes. I think yes. Oh, here you define the outer load. Interesting. Okay, I think that's all we did. So now we are fresh to do the next stuff.
And that means that our direction is, so we could actually just, let's say, rename this to adjust direction. And this will take the p hit direction vector 2. So instead of returning the calculated vector, which is the direction, and then up here, we're going to adjust the direction, call this the hit direction for the init, and then forget velocity. Okay, so one thing though, I think that this would work if we only have one object trying to...
Wait, what?
It's in the knockback stats. For example...
Okay, yeah. Sample the stuff.
Sample the time elapsed. So before...
Time elapsed. Time elapsed. Oh yeah, okay. But dependent on delta.
Of course, we want to add time elapsed plus equals the p delta. And then when we have the sample value...
Very important that we multiply 1 by delta and not delta directly. Damn it.
The sample value, which should be between 0 or 1 at a moment in time, adjusted by a curve if one exists in the knockback stats. So we're no longer going to use calculate force vector because we want our knockback velocity to be dynamically adjusted by the curve. And that means that our direction... so we could actually just, let's say, rename this to adjust direction. And this will take the p hit direction.
The cutting is so tough sometimes to follow it through.
So returning the calculated vector, which is the direction time.
And I'm not sure if that's just this all-in-one video that's cut that strong, and the other videos are equally, or the other videos are equally bad cut. I don't know.
And then up here, we're going to adjust the direction. Call this the hit direction for the init. And then forget velocity. Okay, so one thing though. I think that this
forget for one thing.
We only have one object trying to get the velocity on a knockback. Our direction is... so we could actually just, let's say, rename this to adjust direction. And this will take the p hit direction vector 2. So instead of returning the calculated vector, which is the direction time, and then up here, we're going to adjust the direction. Call this the hit direction.
Wait, he just typed that, right? And now it's gone again. Or am I tripping?
Here, we're going to adjust the direction.
Adjust direction?
Call this the...
Okay, no wonder that I'm so confused.
For the init. And then forget velocity. Okay, so one thing though. I think that this would work if we only have one object trying to get the velocity on a knockback per knockback, which usually would be the case. But if we have two objects at the same time passing in the delta, then the time elapsed is going to get kind of screwy. So I think a better solution might be to get float, and then the time start is...
Damn it, to get float. What?
Go down here.
How would anyone be able to follow these mental jumps?
I guess we want to times that by 1,000 to get it in seconds. Or hold on, no, divide by 1,000 to get seconds. Okay, and then we're going to basically take the time start in seconds and then use that to sample the curve. Okay, so this means we no longer need the p delta, we can just pass time start into this curve.
I mean, we
Oh,
had that
not
before,
time
but that's
start,
wrong.
Actually, the current time.
Because it now samples between 0 and 1, except he does something else. But the curve goes from 0 to 1. Time elapsed will go beyond that.
Minus the time start. So if our time
So he needs to divide it by the length
to make this a little bit
of the time.
better, we can remove the divide by 1,000 here. So this will be in milliseconds. And then I'll cut
Except
this.
if maybe he changed that somehow, that his curve is not from 0 to 1, but
and then
bigger, something like that. I don't know.
And like so. So then we're only dividing by 1,000 once. So this would just be milliseconds minus
Genesis? Yeah, Genesis.com. Sorry, I struggled reading that. Welcome in. Yeah, my brain was stopping me from saying it correctly, I think, and not the words actually were wrong. The feedback loop was too quick, and I'm saying it wrong, even though I didn't. Welcome in. I'm close to finishing this tutorial, and then I'll have a beautiful first ever game thing to play around with. And then I'll see what I'll do afterwards. But while the tutorial has some really nice stuff that I like, and it's going into detail of a lot of stuff that I like, so structuring and all that, I just sometimes dislike the way he structures it, but it's at least nice to have someone that actually cares for those things in the tutorial. So I like that part, but then also sometimes it's just so confusing because the video isn't cut in the best way. Wait, can I jump to that moment? Let's see here, I think. So he types something in there now. Adjust direction, right? And talks about something. And all makes sense. Well, now it's get move direction, and we are at a totally different thing. So yeah, I'm just currently trying to follow what the next step will be. Nice, it looks good. Thank you.
Okay, so one thing though, I think that this.
So yeah, we'll see if I can follow what he's doing. Yeah, it's really confusing.
Kind of screwy. So I think a better solution might be to get.
And that's like, it's not killing my mood entirely, but it's just tough to follow the tutorial if it's so much jumping, and then it's just less fun, and I need fun to be motivated, so yeah.
Oh, and then this time start is going to be equal to time.
But I am trying to program stuff ahead of him, so I'm now only checking against what he does, so I try to do it all in my own way. So we have what he's doing right now already, which is a curve to control how the enemy is flying. So I now have this curve.
And then we're going to
Wait, I have now this curve. So when I hit them, I control how they will push back and moved up, which I really love because I didn't have that before. And I wanted to do exactly that and have more control for this. And now I can do that. So that's just stuff, and now it looks entirely different. Just stuff that I really love that he does those things. So I will follow a tutorial even if confusing.
Time start in seconds, and then use that to sample the curve. Okay, so this means we no longer need
on double speed.
We can just pass time start into this curve. Oh, not time start, but actually the current time minus the time start. So if our time elapsed,
I think he's wrong though. Still, he samples between 0 and 1, and his time elapsed will be in milliseconds or seconds. And that's just not right. Just not right.
And then we convert it to seconds. So since I removed a function from this knockback class, it's definitely going to break something in the game.
Okay. Writing tests in Godot unit 4 origin is a great way to identify problems in your code changes. Okay.
So let's hit play, and we'll go to where we were. So since I changed a bunch of stuff in the knockback class, it's definitely going to cause some missing references inside of the game.
Wait. So he says it works now, but it doesn't. Does it?
First. And then...
What is...
and like so. So then we're only dividing by 1,000 once. So this would just be milliseconds minus milliseconds, and then we convert it to seconds. So since I've removed a function from this knockback class, it's definitely going to break something in the game.
Okay, let me check one thing. His curve goes also from 0 to 1.
Value of we just move at a consistent rate as we go from point 0 to point n. So on this graph, the duration is kind of our x value, and then the force is going to be our 0 to 1.
Is it cut? So yeah, it is cut, so we don't see, but it's 0 to 1.
So let's click on the curve and choose a new curve. I'm going to go to presets, and let's start with linear. So in this graph, x is basically going to be our time, the duration. So at 0.25 seconds, that's actually the one over here. And that means that our...
Okay. So I think I'm not the problem.
To point end. So to add time elapsed plus
now let's get to the next jump point. Where was it?
Doing here is hit data.knockback and like so. So then we're dividing by 1,000
okay.
So this would just be milliseconds minus milliseconds, and then we convert it.
I just do that. It's working for me, so whatever he's doing probably will be right.
So since I changed a bunch of stuff in the knockback class, it's definitely going to cause some missing references.
The thing is that he's doing it on the fly, right? So he's not having a script before, which helps me see all the corners where he's refactoring, and that's kind of nice to have, but it's just harder to follow.
So let's play and try to cause a knockback. And we'll see
okay, let's see what he's fixing now.
Doing the force vector by the knockback multiplier, what we should be doing here is hit data.knockback.get velocity times the object stats knockback multiplier. Okay, so we can see nothing really changed, and that's because we're...
Okay, now he's getting that method he just wrote, and now he'll realize it's wrong, I hope.
Before run. Also, the attack of the enemy, we never set a curve, so it is just
before run.
So what we actually need to do is,
but he
play action, we need to calculate this.
Needs to take this.
So
Okay. He's getting there.
Like so. Then we should look for the invader collision stats and assign a curve to it. So do a new curve, and let's do a preset linear. Alright, play.
Okay.
One of these guys. So nothing much seems to happen there. Let's go into knockback, and I'm going to set a keyframe here. And it looks like the direction was set to 0. So let's put a breakpoint there as well, so that when we get hit, we can see what direction we're getting hit from. Okay, we can see if we look at the get move direction that we're taking the original direction.
And now I wonder if I just want to skip, or if he maybe has, sometimes he has some little detail information that is super nice to have. So I'm really tempted to never skip, but then he's just debugging now.
Okay, not the one passed in. So we want to name there, make sure we're using the p hit direction. That's one reason I've been naming the parameters with a p underscore, to make it very clear that we are using the parameter and not a property from our class. Okay, so let's hit play and see if that's working better now. Okay, so our adjusted direction is x1, that's what we would expect. Let's hit play. Also set a breakpoint there for the curve. So our curve's calculating. We have the time elapsed in seconds, 0.015, that looks correct. Our sample value is 0.015, that's what we would expect as well. Let me get rid of the breakpoint so that I can just kind of see it visually. Okay, so we can kind of see with the projectile, it is sort of working, because we can see it sort of accelerates over time. Is that when we're sampling the curve, it should be as a percentage of our total duration. So
okay, now he's where I was before, I think.
It is sort of working, because we can see it sort of accelerates over time. Is that when we're sampling the curve, it should be as a percentage of our total duration.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So that's what I expected him to find out at some point.
And this will be
great, he did now.
Basically, time elapsed seconds, let me see, divided by stats.duration. Okay, I think that's right. So now that's what I want to be sampling. So let's shoot. Let me actually set a breakpoint and see if that's as intended. So if 0.016 seconds have elapsed, but we only need a quarter of a second for the movement to finish, then that should be 4 times the value here for the percentage elapsed. Okay, so that seems correct. We hit play. Okay, and we can see that basically based on this, we would need to increase the base force by a lot, or we need to change the curve. So I'll search for stats, basic weapon stats, and you know what, maybe I'm just going to change the invader collision stats to have the name weapon stats instead of just stats. That way I can search weapon and find it easier. But for our projectile, I think what I want to do is have it start fast and end slow, but because it's gradually over time,
that's also how my curve is going.
Play, and we shoot. Okay, so now we can see the knockback is more like a sudden movement that slows down over time. So doesn't that feel
it's kind of like mine,
having a consistent slide,
but I have funnier launching in the air parachute stuff.
And I could even shorten the duration, like 0.15, and then make the force 300 for even more sudden jolt. Okay, so we hit these guys. Yeah, again, there's our time.
Let's see what's the next thing now. I think now we'll do UI stuff, which I have no idea how that works so far.
If you do, like, let's say ease out, and we move this up here and this down below. Okay, so now we might want to click here, grab the curve handle, and do something like this. So because it has like a bit of a slope, that should be able to smooth it out if you set it correctly. The first would be, let's say 150 over 0.1 seconds, 0.15, let's go with. Okay, so if I hit play and we get hit, I can see it's not actually moving the character, so I'm thinking something else is actually setting the velocity of the character. So we need to figure out what's going on there. Yeah, so if we check the player and the physics process, the velocity.
This, by the way, I think 1 or 2 days ago, somewhere here, I said that he has that bug. if he finds that here, he should have done one of the info boxes back there, because that's just, it was broken for so long. But at least he finds it
So
now.
we were trying to move that to the states, right? So in the ground input, I think we set the velocity or just the direction. Okay, so let's check what the super function has on platformer character, apply gravity, and apply move and slide. But in the physics process, we're setting the velocity to be equal to the stats walk speed times the direction. Now we should move this out of here. Save it, and that should actually go in ground input action. So
What I did is the opposite. I moved everything in there, I think.
Inside of our ground input action. So this state or this section of the behavior tree is controlling the player velocity. Okay, this is multiplied by the player.stats.walk speed. Or if we don't want to have to manually pull the stats out of the player, we could just say player.walk direction, player.walk, and then we can put this back in the player class, but we just don't call it on physics process automatically. So you can say function walk, which is going to do this line. So velocity x is equal to the stats walk speed times the direction x, but we have to call this function separately. And on physics process, it's going to do the move and slide, but we're only going to call this from the outside script of the ground input. So only when we're calling this are we going to just have this movement override everything else.
Okay.
So if we have to play, and now I go into an enemy. Yep. Okay, there we can see now.
Now it all works again, or it works for the first time. The knockback that was set to be done here.
That we needed to work out and move into these states. So the walking only occurs when we're in the state, and then everything else we don't have that. So
Okay, new stuff, new stuff.
Enemy, perhaps even a little bit too strong or too fast. So I might increase the duration and I might lower the force. We're gonna play again, test that out. Okay, that's not too bad. So to give the player a little bit of extra invulnerability frames, what I might do is move the set hurt box not invincible out of the hit sequence, but put it back into this bottom sequence down here for the ground input. I might rename this to be ground 3 movement, and then I could add another one of these splitters so that I could have this trigger after a timer. So if I right click here and add a behave node composite, a simple parallel composite, I think you can have 2 at once. So if I want to give our player a little bit more invincibility frames, then rather than setting the hurt box.
No way! My god. Just cut the part that you said at least. Or
Once again, we have or too fast, so I might increase out extra invulnerability.
okay, let's see.
To give the player a little bit of extra invulnerability frames, what I might do is move the set hurt box not invincible out of the hit sequence, but put it back into this bottom sequence down here for the ground input. I might rename this to be ground free movement, and then I could add another one of these splitters so that I could have this trigger after a timer. So if I right click here and add a behave node composite, a simple parallel composite, I think you can have 2 at once. So if I want to give our player a little bit more invincibility frames,
and he's saying the same thing again.
Invincible, at the end of the hit sequence, I can do it at the start of the ground input sequence after a set period of time. So I think all I would need for that is another parallel composite. So if I right click up here and we add in a composite parallel,
maybe it's my problem. No, it's different.
Say this is the
okay, it's different.
Ground state, sure. And this can be just ground movement.
Just badly cut.
Maybe I call them parallel composites still, so that it's a little bit more clear. Okay, and then right here, I'm gonna do set hurt box not invincible. So I'll move that in there. But before this happens immediately, I want to have a timer for it of sorts. So
how do I say your name? Conslufius. Oh, like Confucius, Conslufius. Welcome in. I'm trying to understand the tutorial that I'm watching, so that my game will improve. I think the biggest thing that's missing from this is UI and player health, and so yeah, we'll see. We should get there soon when he's done with his part, because I implemented a bit ahead and now I see how he did that.
Let's right click here, add a child node, and we want a time limiter decorator. No, that's not it. Decorator. We want the delay decorator. Okay, so we put that in there.
Literally the first guy that has ever gotten the name. German. Ich bin erschüttert. Are you? Wait, Confucius is also the German word, right? So maybe that's why I got it. How would you say that in English even? Confucius. Confucius would be the English. Okay. I'm happy that I got it correct. No. No what? I mean, it's not Confucius, right? But Consulfius, but my association, Google is wrong. Okay, so you don't say it like that in English. How to say Confucius in English? Your first try was perfect. My first try was Consulfius. I hope. Okay, I will focus on my tutorial. Consulfius, maybe.
Move this up a bit. The wait time is going to be however long we want the character to be invincible for after entering the ground state, so 0.1 second, let's say. And I'll move this under the delayed decorator. Okay, so basically after a set delay, it can do the set hurt box not invincible. Yep, and it's no longer part of the hit sequence. So I'm going to hit play.
Okay, he skipped so much. I think I will not follow this directly. I do want to understand it though. So before he had the special behavior for the ground action, which is not even there anymore. Like he removed that entirely?
So basically after a set delay, it can do the set hurt box not invincible. Yep, and it's no longer part of the hit sequence. So I'm going to hit play. And
oh no, it's not elapsed. It's under this top thing and then he delays it. So whenever he goes into the ground state, he disables the hurt box. I dislike that.
Yep, and it's no longer part of the hit sequence. So I'm gonna hit
because it's also running if you're not gotten hit. Bug. Invisibility offsets immediately on entering ground state 3, skipping ahead to solution. Okay.
And our character's invincible again. Okay, so now if we go into this bunch of dudes, it should be a little bit less abusive. I don't think 0.1 second was long enough. Let's make it a quarter second. Okay, so this actually took a little bit of testing to figure out. But what's going on with the delay decorator is that the before run will run immediately, even if there's a delay, but the tick has the wait time for a delay. So if I hit play here, you'll see that as soon as the game starts, the before run runs immediately. So that's why the delay wasn't doing anything. But if I hit play and continue...
For me it helped to just get the barebone basic and then Google for every feature I want to implement. Yeah, I want to do that after this tutorial. So for me, I mean, for me the bare basics kind of have one game, and what's missing here for me is UI, and then I'm at a state where I'm like, okay, I got the basics and now I do more stuff. But I get that a lot of people might just want to, even for the UI and everything, find their own way. I can understand that. But yeah, so this is very close to where I would be happy with. And then I don't know, because what I want to do after, I really like, because it was an accident, how the moving of the enemies works, where it's dependent on the speed of the projectile, how far they throw up. And I definitely want to, by myself, implement that when they are in the air, they should shoot down again. So when you hit them, they attack you by launching at you. So I want to add that as a nice thing for myself in the end, when I'm done with the tutorial. But then I don't know if I continue this and do something out of it, because it is kind of fun to move the enemies that way. I thought about maybe I can choose between 4 different modes for the attack. So it might not throw them in the left direction, but pull them to me or pull them down instead of up. So I thought of maybe doing something like that and do a little platformer out of just that idea, to not have to directly restart after this. But I don't know yet. I have a bigger game idea I want to do, but that's too far away to start. I think I should finish a smaller game before. So I don't know if I will continue this or just do something entirely different. I have also an idea for a shoot 'em up that might be fun to do. So yeah, I'll see. But I want to finish the tutorial, and then I feel like I'm ready to explore whatever I want to build. You already have an idea for that, but you're just bloody novice of what you want to create. You mean like the big project, your dream project? What would that be? Is it some big MMO whatever, which one person could never achieve, or at least like reasonable, that you're just not there yet? The launch to the player, I see. Yeah. I mean, I also have kinda an idea. I think I would do something like either an area. Like I don't want to, like, if you're that far away, it shouldn't launch at you. So I want to maybe have an area which detects if stuff is in the area. So if there's a player in the area, then I will get the player because I entered the area, and then I just get global position of both and get the vector, and then apply the vector in my direction on the enemy's movement, something like that. But I'm not sure if it will actually work in the end. And I will also need to detect that it only starts launching at me at its highest point. So in the moment it starts falling down again, then I want to calculate. Okay, let's put him on slow mode.
Then you'll see that it takes a couple seconds.
Because I don't think he has interesting stuff to say right now.
If we want the set hurt
In terms of a game, I'm working on a space sim right now. You can fly around getting ideas for features.
Just take all of this.
Oh, right now you can fly around getting ideas for features. Interesting. So is it what's the focus of this sim though? Is it just space, or is it like building spacecraft? Is it mining and resource transfer, or just as accurate as possible space simulation? If you have decided on that already. And is it 2D or 3D? Because right now I'm just imagining a sun rotating around something else. Flying around in your ship. Okay, making a living with that. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I was thinking at Kerbal Space Program first and was thinking, well, maybe something like that. 2D top-down. Ooh, okay. Now I have visuals in my head of how it looks and how it could play. Yeah, that's also cool, but that sounds like a lot of effort with all the not ecosystem, but economy and like calculating all the things that they work probably. I want to do I have a video for that? Can I please in the game I want to do at some day I want to make that game, and in that kind of way I want to have procedural animation, so I don't have the shapes more like Spore, where in Spore you process and have like very you can change the body and all of that, right, in Spore. And so I want to have kind of that system, but in 2D, and then have this creature kind of in a aquarium or terrarium or something like that, living there and interacting with each other. So that will be kind of a struggle just to find out how to do procedural animations and all that. So thanks for the follow. So yeah, I'll have to see if I ever manage to do that, but that's my thing where I really want to go into, and I think it will be a lot of fun figuring out the physics and math stuff for the procedural animation stuff. Want to see a sneak peek of the physics? Maybe it inspires you. I mean, sure. If you have to share something, I'll definitely want to see that.
Here, remove the before.
Can you just send a link? That's possible. Should not be blocking any text or timing out or something like that in the chat.
Or run, and then we'll return success. And then when we return success, this should stop operating, I would think. Well, let me see how many times that runs, and I'll remove this one temporarily. The other set invincible. Okay, so 2 seconds are gonna occur. Then we're
Wait, reboot the entire PC? Okay.
We hit play, and yeah, it's done operating because it's already hit success. So this, I guess, should be all we need. 1 tick, and then we return success. So if I have things set up correctly now,
Then we take the delayed decorator and set it to how much invincibility time we want after entering the ground state.
The thing is that, I mean, it doesn't matter for dying, but now he would get invincible. Oh yeah, it's kind of fine. And then in the death state, he would still be invincible because he's only not like unsetting the invincibility in the normal mode, which is kind of fine. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fine, but I don't like the structure.
Second.
Oh, dual boot. I see. Ah.
And let's see if this works as intended. So we're going to be able to walk for a second. Yeah, it does seem to be there now. Let's make it 1 second to make it very obvious. So 1 second of invincibility after getting hit. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's working a lot better now. So I'll make this 0.25 seconds.
Okay.
All right, play. Then we can move our character. We have like those invincibility frames, so it's a lot easier for us to escape the characters, the enemies, after getting hit, and this just feels a lot more fair as a player. So I'm not sure why the before tick works like that, but that seems to just be a feature of the behave tree. So something to be aware of, that the delayed decorator only delays the tick function from operating, not the before enter from triggering. So you do have to be careful about that one. All right, so at this point, we've kind of improved the knockback. We have the curve to...
But I think it's probably also blocking, because we had that problem earlier that if the before run already runs and then the tick is only delayed, that would mean that we can't exit the behavior tree and go into different branches until the delay happens, which also would be really weird again.
Animation with a strong
but I'm not sure if I can see that. It's like
tail and knockback. And we've given our player some invincibility frames after
no, I think it's
entering the movement state. So
yeah, it's hard to tell from
a lot better for this prototype. So I think that's what
how it looks for him.
So one more thing I'd like to add to our game is the ability to report and track statistics such as how many times
okay.
have been slain.
Now we are cooking. That's what I want. UI. Game over screen. Sounds. True. Sounds are missing too. I will go to the toilet real quick though. And then we'll do that. Break. Okay. Do we listen to this again first and then I try to implement and then I watch it again, or how do I do it? We'll see. Maybe I like to program along depending on how he explains it. We'll see.
Inside the game. So we would need one node to report that data, and then another object, possibly the combat state resource, to receive that data and track it, and then maybe connect to that data through, let's say, a UI component in order to show that on the screen. So if we go to the invader state,
again,
what I'd like to add to our game is the ability to
I'm on 2x speed still.
Movement state. So
okay,
that is just making the mechanics feel a lot better for this prototype. So I think that's where we'll wrap it up for this video. So one more thing I'd like to add to our game is the ability to report and track statistics such as how many times enemies have been slain inside of the game. So we would need one node to report that data, and then another object, possibly the combat state resource, to receive that data and track it, and then maybe connect to that data through, let's say, a UI component in order to show that on the screen. So if we go to the invader state,
Putting it on YouTube easier to share. Fair. Very fair.
We can see our health component on player. The health component is also here. And in order to know what type of enemy died, we'd probably need a reference to the root node of our character scenes. So in this case, it's the invader enemy. In the player scene, it would be the player character script. The health component already has a reference to the combat state, so that's easy enough. Inside of the health script, if we open that up. So on the health component, we could report that the character died and is alive, like the combat state health changed was reported, but that can be possibly problematic. If you have an enemy that has, let's say, multiple health components for different parts of the enemy, like a boss fight or something like that, then the enemy isn't technically completely dead until all the health components have hit 0. So therefore, we would probably want to put the code in that. Then the enemy isn't technically completely dead, and like a boss fight or something like that, then the enemy isn't technically completely dead until all the health components have hit 0. So therefore, we would probably want to put the code in the invader script or the root object in case we need to customize that. So you could like extend and then overwrite it or something. So if you look at the invader script, we have this platformer character 2D. So we probably want to put in a reference to the health component here.
Welcome back. I got past the annoying part. And now
type health. So
we learned tutorial about UI.
So when the health component is set, if one exists,
I hope.
Set value the setter, and we'll connect to its
I hope we learn UI now.
Is no longer alive. So if is valid instance is instance valid.
After he's done doing his health stuff.
Disconnect on is alive changed.
Don't get motion sickness. Okay.
Not the value of the health, the current health. Then we just need this copy paste it again down there. But now we connect.
Let me click this first and then here. Oh my god, it doesn't let me click. Okay. Ooh. I guess the distance you have is the dependent on your speed, or is it just a zoom out on launch? Oh, you manually do it. I think I see. That's cool. So you do actually have like full physics, right, for it, with the, you're not just stopping, but you're accelerating, and then you need to accelerate against to stop. Or I'm tripping, but that's how it looks to me. Maybe not fully. But yeah, I think that's cool. It's cool perspective. I think I know one game that, I don't know how's that called, that has a similar similar perspective. I think it's A Long Journey Home. Is it? No, it's not. It is. It is not. Someone show me gameplay. No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was called something like that, but I guess I was wrong. No, it's the no, it's supposed to have navigation stuff on the left side, like distance to the goal and the resulting time you need to reach with your current velocity. Oh. That's cool. It was more like a work project where you had a watch on your arm and had a position to reach with a driller. And I wanted to have, but we didn't have time to do it. I wanted to have an arrow pointing where you need to go, but it only said you that you're not on the position. But this is kind of cool to navigate you somewhere. Astronauts or astronauts. I think I've never seen that game before or heard of it. Ooh, that also looks cool. That is Space Sim, for example. Yeah. Yeah, sadly I don't know what the games that I was thinking about. No, I'm not finding it. But yeah, I think that's quite cool starting point. Because it, like, for me that looks like you have your base element kind of there now, and then you can like see what you do, right, and see what features you want and explore and all of that, which is like really cool. For me that will be the point when I have the procedural animation stuff, and then I can see if my ideas will actually work the way I want. But that's a bit far still. Let me see. Oh yeah, this one. So this is what I want to implement.
Procedural animation has
and then basically you calculate the positions, and then you have the radius, and then you kind of smooth it out, and then you're getting closer and closer to have this fully procedurally generated. And from there I want to see, so kind of your ship, right? If you have that, you can now see what you do with it. I want to have a moving snake that is fully procedural, and you just move the top thing, and then everything else directly works. And then I will go to make this a fish, or I think he also has a lizard, or somewhere else had a lizard that I watched, and you have legs. So when I have a lizard that I can control and make it walk around in 2D, something like this, fully procedural, then I kind of be at the state where I assume you are with the ship, and then see, okay, what do I do with it? But this just fascinates me so much that I definitely want to do that and make a game with that, because it's all like inverse kinematics and generation of all this, and you literally have no sprites, but it's all just calculated. So yeah, and you can do so much different, and you can have so many different animal types. But for me it will probably not be top down, but from the side. So I will implement this, and then I will try to do it from the side, and then I want to do from the side view into the like window of the terrarium or whatever, and then the creatures walk around. Rain World is Rain World is quite similar to what I imagine, yeah. But then it should be more like a Tamagotchi, and you care for the creatures you have there, and the plants should also be fully procedural. Everything should just be a life cycle. And then I start dreaming too big, and I'll never do that project and never program that. But that's where I want to like start and have a procedural creature running around, and then try to do something with it. Welcome in, afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm trying to fix the motion sickness issue. Got some complaints already. Oh, I'm very not sensible for motion sickness, so I wouldn't notice usually, which is lucky for me, but then unlucky if my game would cause it because I could only find out by others testing it. Everything that isn't static environment. Oh yeah. Everything that isn't static environment. And for me, I want to have everything, not just that. Everything in that way. And then the creature eats the plant, and then it dies. And when it dies, it gets to soil, and then the soil is by the plant. I just want a little life cycle, something like that. And then you, you know, pet them and make sure they are happy, something like that. But yeah, that's quite a bit away, and now we need to get back to the tutorial to get in at least in UI and not yeah, dream big, right? Something like that, and we'll get there at some point from this to the game I would like to do. Okay, so
to have a callback down
UI
here.
things.
Function underscore on is alive changed. This is going to get the p value, which is boolean. So is it true or false that the character is alive, or maybe p is alive would be a little bit more appropriate. So if p is alive, and we'll put a not before that because we're talking about the death state, then we're going to report on the combat state that this character has died. So I guess we need the combat state too. So at export var combat state, and this is a type combat state. So down here at the bottom, combat state dot report death, and that'll be self. And I'll quick load this in the inspector. So quick load combat state, go to the player scene and make sure that's set there too. Quick load. Okay, and now basically, through the health component, we know if the character has died or not, and then we report the character being dead over here. So in the case of a character that had multiple health components, we would probably check on is alive changed that all of the health components for that character have reached 0 health before we report it as being dead.
I think what I would want to do is there's something. Oh, there's not. I thought I collect. Oh, I do. This enemies component. I kind of with that one just report how enemies are there below it, and then maybe do it like that. Oh, but that would only make sense if it spawns the enemies, and then I know how many I spawn, so maybe I don't. I could do something like when ready, the invader on ready just registers itself as an enemy in a global component. So here on ready, I just say, okay, global system, I'm here, please count me, and then I know what the maximum amount is, and then when it dies, it can also report. But the death, I think, is in a different component entirely, right? Play death or something like that, because he wanted to have that separate. Anyway, hope you go online once in a while so we can share progress. See ya. I would be a lot of fun. I'll definitely want to see what you come up with. And I hope I will be online once in a while, because I now I'm free, but from next week onwards I will work again, so we'll see how that goes. But I'll try to do my best to be on more frequently. So have a nice rest of your day or start of your day or whatever time it is for you. Yeah. And I think I would here do the dying thing. Do I want to implement that right now? Because I think I would just make that a global thing and not a system in here. Like, this is entirely unused, I think. Yup. Delete. Delete. We also will delete the systems. And then we will in systems create another script, I think, and we call it global. Oh, maybe it's not global, maybe it's more of the level stats. with the enemy count and all of that, but the life of the player should be a global thing. I don't know. I want to finish it today, and it's already 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. and I need to work tomorrow morning, so I can't think too much about the structure, which means we'll just gonna add it here for now, and call it global state.gd, and then that is node, I think, and then you have a property total enemy amount, and we have enemy dead, and then in the enemy, and let's for now on set we will just print enemy dead, and then we can add that to a UI when he explains us how the UI works later. Enemy amount, or maybe let's do enemy total. Okay, something wrong with this. I think it should be value and then I also need to set the value actually, right? Something like this. So now we will print whenever we do that, and then in the enemy on creation I can do global, oh I need to register it first. Global state, though I think what I was thinking about a second ago, and where I think it should be like, shouldn't be like this, it should not be the global state, it's kind of a level state, so it should be related to the level and not entirely, at least that stat, and then I would need to split it and have a level stat and have a stat for the general UI and for the player, and so I would need to think on how I want to split it. And then on level loading I would need to do stuff and all that, so how did I call it? Enemy? Oh yeah, enemy amount total plus equal 1, and then here we do dead. Okay, let's see. Oh no, we need to kill one. Let's kill that one, that's easier to kill. 1 of 5. I mean, that works. Wait, but why do we... Oh yeah, and we get damage also. Yeah, and these I want to have as general UI components, not in the way that the damage is spawned here, but that it's an actual UI element. And I hope he tells how to do that in a second. But now that we know that there are 5. Okay. Okay, so I like that. Let's see what he does now. I think we have what he just builds just in a different way.
basically the health component needs to be untouched, since this is just managing one health component, but not necessarily all of the health for a character. So if we go to the combat state, we have the report death. So for the report death, we want to check what kind of node died. If it's one of the valid types, then we report it. Otherwise, we'll probably give a warning that it's not handled properly. So
From when to when is afternoon? Because my brain just accepted that as... Sorry, I just reread that and was... and now it triggers me. Afternoon. From when to when? Is it evening for me or is it afternoon? 12 to 5 p.m. English. What comes after afternoon? Evening from 5 to 7. Wait, so it's no longer evening? Wait, no. So it's night time for me now? Who is... For me, the night kind of begins at 11 or 12, something like that. From when to when is night time? 9 to 4 a.m. at... No. So they tell me that the morning is from 4 a.m. starting? When to when is morning time? Okay, midnight to noon even. Yeah, I'm just night owl, I guess. I would say anything after sundown is night. I mean, that makes way more sense than my internal clock. But then night would start very early in winter, which kind of makes sense. So yeah. I might need to adapt to that as a ruling of when to say what.
So if P-node2D, you know, I'm going to actually just kind of rename this to be P-node. And
I think for me, nighttime is when I wouldn't leave the house anymore.
And we want to allow for that too. So if P-node
Which could be basically any time. It's just a cozy be home mood and not really a proper time.
Plus equals 1. And maybe
Evening from 5 p.m. onwards. Oh, interesting.
Just want to make sure that at least one of these types is valid. So
yeah, I would say evening from 8 to 9 onwards, I think. There's where it starts for me, but that's because my time is just shifted. When I don't have to work, I just get up very late and then, you know,
and then P node dot
I would only be awake in the nighttime, kinda, if I would say it like that.
Enemy character 2D from platformer character 2D, then that would work here, kind of implied. Or the player class.
Let's see. Report death. Combat stat. Any node. Enemies died +1. Player death +1. Oh, true. I could also count how often the player died, but I don't want that. If you die, you restart.
Already exists, but I think it's a little less flexible because the nature
not handled.
of the enemy using the class name like that means that any child classes have to inherit everything from the parent, including functions, how it operates by default, and properties, and so on and so forth. So really, I just kind of want to classify different objects in the game. So I might create so one way would be to create an enum variable, which has a bunch of types, though that has to be hard-coded. And instead, what we could do if we want to be extra flexible would be to create a resource type. We could call it object classification, and then we assign one or more.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I would do this if I would want to do it properly. But I think I don't really mind the enemies registering themselves to the global thing. I think I wouldn't do it by counting it. I would rather go and say, okay, global state, recognize that I'm there, recognize when I'm leaving, and then do stuff with it, maybe. Or I make it able to register so that you would here not directly call it, but call events on it. I don't know. I think my version is not too bad.
I'll move object classification.gd into that, and then inside of here I'll click create a new resource. I'll type object classification, and then we can just give it the name of the classification. So
Depending, of course, on the complexity of what's happening. If it's too much, then it's not nice that it's spread all over the place where you add stuff and remove stuff, and then it would be nicer to have one central place for calculation. But if it's just a counter, I think that would be fine.
Object types. So why am I calling it game object types? Well, there is a class object. There's the root of everything inside of Godot. Every node, every resource is a object technically. So I want to be specific that we're talking about inside of the game, the gameplay objects, the ones you see on the screen, is what we're talking about here. So that would probably mean that we rename the object type player to be game object player. Let's create some more.
Okay, and then I think now we'll just wait till he talks about UI.
And then I'll right click create a new resource, game object types, and then we'll say maybe game object NPC. Let's create one for inanimate objects. So maybe just game object inanimate, because I think that would be a separate category from in the NPC and player. It's possible that could be a better name.
Is that his way to doing an enum?
So now in the combat state, our state needs to know about which type will get assigned to which variable here. So when an enemy died, which type of game object do we use to report that an enemy died? Which of course would be the game object enemy. Did I actually create that? Yeah, I did. So we need a few export variables in the combat state here. Or maybe rather than importing them straight into the combat state, what we'll do is just create a global object. So a global object to hold all of the types and kind of universalize them in the project. And this will be game object types.
But doesn't he have that already?
I'll create that in the folder. Let's open that up.
Because he has the enemy character 2D. That's equal to the object enemy.
I'll create that. And then we can add our export variables here to assign each type to a property name. So at export var enemy will be, of course, game object types. And we do that for each one we need. So at export var player, game object types. At export var NPC, game object types. At export var inanimate, which would be game object types. Okay, and now I'll just assign each of these in the inspector. So inanimate, NPC.
My god, I hate that he's needing to assign everything again with his way.
Data, game object types.
I want to assign less.
Game object types at CSCN.
Less time in the UI, more time coding, you know.
I name that to be global object types. I'll go to project settings, and we'll add that in again, global object types. Add that. Okay, so now in the combat state, we don't need to specifically reference each of these individually because we can just use the global types now. But first, let's make sure that our object stats has a list of game object types that are assigned to it. So if we open the script here,
but why? What is the benefit of having an enum additional to the type itself?
It should really be a game object type, not types. So if I open up the script for game object types, let's make that a type. And then I'll rename the script as well. That probably does mean.
But maybe he will get to that point and explain me.
As well. So just update that. Because if we're talking types, we're talking plural, so it really makes sense to make the base class name singular. Just have things over a bit. And yep, that looks good. Okay, so our object stats has an array of game object type called types. So if we open up the invader and we look at the invader stats, we'll have this null array here. Let's reset that to a size 0 array, and I can add in as many types as I want here. So at this point, it becomes a little more flexible than an enum because first off, you can create a new type in the file system just by creating that new resource. And secondly, you can assign as many as you want to this invader stats object. So it is just an enemy. So I will, for some reason, it still says game object type. So let me check object stats. Maybe I need to reset, add one in, quick load. Cannot get class game object types. Okay, I think the project needs a reload. So now we have game object type here, so I just need to drag and drop whichever ones I want to assign to invader. Invader is a type of enemy.
Oh, so now he can have multiple types. That's interesting. I think that's the singular benefit, that it's not one type. But you could just say, okay, this is something that should interact with hitboxes. I don't know.
So we do expect that to show up.
Diable or something like that would be interesting.
Then we increment enemies died or player deaths, so on and so forth. So we can just be like, if types dot has, and then
oh, I misinterpreted what he's doing. It's the opposite array. He now in the combat stats has the array of everything that should be able to be damaged, which wouldn't be easily done in the engine otherwise. But I would just not want that to be set in the engine. I would want that to be in the code anyway, and just have any enemy be part of that. So I think I dislike his structure.
Enemy, then we'll do enemies died +1 and handle equals true. And we can just do that for each type we want. So if types dot has global object types dot player, then player
okay, yeah. I don't know if I like this more.
And so now we can basically just add in new types, reference them as global object types, and we'll be able to handle them instead of report death. We don't need to worry about
because he now needs, whenever he creates something new or resets something or changes a resource, he always needs to assign that type to the scene. He can't even work without a scene anymore because he won't have that type assigned, except if he does the type assigning in code. But I'm not sure if that's possible because the resources he has on the bottom left are TRES, so they are not their UI level objects, right? So
making the player character 2D script of a enemy character 2D script, so we don't need to like force inheritance. We can just have this.
I don't know if that works.
Defined in order to set things. So enum would also probably work fine, but doing it this way does mean that you can create new types without messing with the code. Where enum you have to hard code those in. Okay, and now we just need to make sure that each platformer character 2D is going to reference the health. We get this combat state report death going. So our player needs to assign the health component, and now Invader already has it. So if we go to the combat state, we should be able to set a couple breakpoints here and see if we can get that to trigger. Oh, but we are going to need to set the weapon stats to a value where we can actually damage the player. So maybe the Invader hits for 10 again, and the weapon stat basic goes back up to 25 damage, so that'll make combat actually flow. And we go to hit play, so let's hit the enemy 4 times here, and see if we get the debugger to trigger. So we had 1 error, tried to report death on node Invader, but no matching type was found. Okay, I'm going to put a check on platformer character 2D. So on ready, function underscore ready, I'm going to check that stats.types is not.
I have an idea what's
so
wrong for him now, and I hope it doesn't take him too long to find.
Object type assigned to %s stats.
Oh no, he found already. Okay.
Let's see
So he just reporting for himself now where everywhere he forgot
they don't have any
to assign.
Which is weird because clearly it is there in this array. Okay, so I can't exactly say at the moment why this is happening, but the fix, or at least a fix for why the types array ends up empty at load, is that at load there's 2 assignments to the types array. So one is going to be the values we actually set in the inspector, and the other is where we make the array empty. I think usually it would flow in reverse actually, where usually it sets the empty array and then it gets the export values and assigns those. But what was happening right now is that it assigns the array that has 1 into there, and then it assigns the one that has 0. So when the game actually loads and everything's ready, that it would have 0. So as a setter function, you can just say that if the value is empty, we ignore it in return, so that only the setter that has an actual value in there is going to matter. I'm not sure why that is. It could have something to do with the init function and not being local to the scene, but that at least fixes it for now. So as you can see, there's no debugger messages. If I shoot a guy a few times, you can see that the enemy type is actually processed here. If we expand types, we can see the enemy type is there.
Come on,
so
get to the UI, please.
Just as a safeguard, making sure that we actually only grab the array that has the data in it, because that's all we really care about. So we could also test this with the player. If I hit play and go take damage a bunch of times, we should be able to count how many times the player died. So we've got the player deaths +1, so 1 enemy died, 1 player died. Okay, so we set up object types in the game, and now we have our signal counter here. So when player deaths changes or enemies dies changes, we can emit a signal on those.
Come on, now it's time.
Signal player deaths changed, and we'll say count integer, and we'll have signal enemies died changed, which will be count integer. So to emit those signals on these properties being changed, I'll just say that when the property changes, that the signal gets emitted. So set value, and we'll say if player deaths equals value, we'll just return. Otherwise, player deaths equals value. Okay, so 2 equal signs to do a Boolean check, 1 to assign. And then so if we assign a new value, then we want to emit that value changed. So so player deaths changed dot emit player deaths, and then we have basically the exact same thing for the other property. So just copy paste that there, and we replace player
I think I might add that too, so that I don't update on a tick, but only on change.
Okay, so now in gameplay, our UI is going to need some kind of game stats control. So I'll add a new scene, user interface. I'll rename this to be game stats. Let's change the type to.
Let's add that, and let's also interesting. My levels don't have a type. So what I wanted to do right now is take the level and just say okay, when level is loaded, then reset the enemy amount. But this is just a node, or what is it? Just a node 2D. Okay, so then we'll just ignore that. And I would rather probably, when the game is changing the world, the switch of the world would, I think, be what resets the global state or something like that. Or it's just a level state and I add it here as a state object, I don't know. But I don't need that now, so let's only do the updates here. Why can I not tap anymore? Oh no. I know that it has a mode where, yeah, tap focus mode. However I activated that a second ago. Can we code again? Yes, okay. So we set the value and if value is equal enemy total not equal, we set the value. And then we do the same here. Oh, I always forget the colons still. I don't know why. So if it changed, We set it to the new value. Oh. Yeah. And if we do it like that, we might as well report this here too. And now we want a signal. I think it's just like that, right? That changed. And we emit that here rather than having the print. And probably we would want, because why not just give the value to is it int? Just int? Integer? I think I only had floats so far. Into number? No. Integer. What is it? What are you now? Int. Oh my god. Okay. That's embarrassing. Now I'm C++ main, but I failed to write int correctly and write it like in Java. That's not good. So you are dead, but you are total. But in general, I'm not sure if it's really worth always sending the value. Because I could just check the value right after I got the changed signal, at least for this structure here. Okay, so that works, and now we have all that, and in the UI component we can use those values now. Okay. All still works. Now the thing is, I'm duplicating stuff here if I do it like that. But I think that's better structure. So player health changed would also be interesting. No. Damn, one too many. Player health. And actually we just report that. Player health. And then I'm currently reporting that already. Do I print it somewhere? Yeah, okay. So we will remove this. And rather report on health changed. We take the global state, player health, and set it to new health. And this is kind of duplicated, but I think it's nice to have this separated information, which I want globally, compared to the player. I'm not sure though. So this should work the same way now. Yeah, it's the same as before. And now we have all the values we need for the UI in one place. So this is not really global state, but rather UI state maybe, that just gets updated. Okay. With that, let's see how he adds UI.
To be a panel, so that it kind of has like a back signal. Okay, with those signals there, it's now very easy to connect it to UI. Okay, so now in gameplay, our UI is going to need some kind of game stats control, so I'll add a new scene, user interface, I'll rename it to be game stats. Let's change the type to be a panel, so that it kind of has like a background theme there a little bit. And so I'll give this a script with an add script button, we'll save it under UI, so game stats.gd. It doesn't necessarily have to extend panel, it could just be control, unless you want access to the panel, then you can leave it as extends panel. And let's see, we don't necessarily have to give it a class name, because we're only going to be able to use one in our game. And so this is going to need a export var combat stats reference, or combat state. Okay, and save that. Okay, so we need to save this TSCN and UI, so save. Okay, we need to get the combat
I
stats
hope he will use like actual layout stuff, because else I could have just done it myself if he just places components.
First one will be enemy slain label. Okay, and we'll duplicate that, and then this will be the player deaths label. So in the game stat script, reference both of those. Export var enemy slain.
Ooh, I feel he does not.
Player deaths label of type label. Save that. Assign the labels. Okay, now we want to connect to the signals in the combat state. So just like I usually do, first we'll check if it's valid. So if is instance valid combat state, then we're going to disconnect from any existing signals for the old one. So combat state,
we'll watch him do it, and then I'll probably do it differently.
On enemies died changed, and then combat state dot player deaths changed dot disconnect on player deaths changed.
Because I want a progress bar for my health.
Equals value. Copy this below. Do connect instead of disconnect. And now we need to well, let's stop the game first. And now we need to create these callback functions. So function on enemies died change, we have the p new count, and then we put the text on the label to reflect that. So enemies slain label dot text is going to be equal to enemies slain colon %s, or %d actually, because we're going to do a decimal value, and then we do %p new count.
I'm thinking if I want this to be separate and then register on the signals, or rather just have this be the UI directly, but probably makes sense to have this separate. So we take an interface and, oh my god, make it a panel, it seems. And then this is, oh, because he wants to have a separate background. No, we don't want a panel. Isn't that also world and level dependent? Because I want one thing that's the entire screen size below this. How do I say name that? Overflow, overlay? Overlay, right? So I'll create an just a control overlay, which is above the floaty labels. And I think we'll do that as a new thing. So we create overlay component in, where do I put that? Let's put it just top level. So this is now an overlay, and you will be added to the gameplay. Instantiate child overlay. But you don't have dimensions, right? Maybe I do want to make you a panel, but a transparent one. And then I can see where I place stuff. Does it tell me what a panel can do? Control that displays a style box. Texture, ordering, modulate color. But is the modulation for all the child nodes? Let's do it like that, and let's add progress bar. How? Uh-huh. Okay. If I play this now, this does not look correct. Well, the problem is that the camera, well, let's just play it and see how it looks. Okay. So what I want to do is have that probably in the level then? In the world? No, where? Because I have this remote transform for the camera, right? And the UI would need to be where the camera is. And this should definitely not be an overlay. Like this. What confuses me is that I don't see the dimensions of this. I don't get why this is small and this is big. Are you still an control thing? Yeah. Maybe we watch more of the tutorial before I try to fix this. What? Why is it looking so bad? Does this not have dimensions? Layout. It doesn't. Okay, so this has no dimensions. Let's see what he's doing.
So function on enemies died change, we have the p new count, and then we put the text on the label to reflect that. So enemies slain label dot text is going to be equal to enemies slain colon %s, or %d actually, because we're going to do a decimal value, and then we do %p new count. Should specify up here that that's expecting an integer. Okay, and now we do basically the same thing again. So copy paste that down below, get the different function name on player deaths changed. We use the player deaths label, and we change the text to say, let's say deaths or player deaths to be more specific. So that's still using p new count, the parameter. And on load, we do want to get those values as well. So we'll say function underscore ready. And you know what, we could use a function to use the code too. So let's do function set enemy slain label with a p new count integer, and then this comes up there, and then we call this function down here p new count, and on ready we'll basically do the same thing. We'll just do calling this, and we're getting the value from the combat state. So combat state dot enemies died, and then we'll have another function. So function set player deaths label with p new count type integer. We get this bit to there, then we'll call that down there. So we pass in the p new count. Okay, so on load we also set the player deaths label to the combat state dot player deaths. Let's try hitting play and see if the text loads like it should. Okay, we can also give these text labels some default text. So I'll say like unset and unset. We do need to give it kind of like a hierarchy here. So I'll right click add a child node, and we want a container, or specifically a VBox container, move the labels inside of here, and then they'll be stacked on top of each other. We want to put the game stats into the UI. So game stats.tscn, drag and drop that in UI, and now it should be set there in the top left. Let's hit play and see where we're at. Okay, I can see that the text is being set, but it is really hard to read, and it's not following the screen. So if we want to make the text always stick with the same screen position, we should give it a canvas layer node. So right click add child node, canvas layer, put that down there, and then UI game stats into that, create play, and well, let me see if I can move out of the way enough. So then you can see up there we have
That's what I wanted to know.
We should give it canvas layer node. So right click add child node, canvas layer, put that down.
Okay, so the way I have it
there, and then move the UI game stats into that.
Either this is not UI or the overlay is a canvas layer, right? So change type canvas. And now in the canvas layer, we have the progress bar. It should be hard cornered though, because it must look like pixel look. Okay, so I like that. Let's hook it up. I dislike though that, I mean, we can see where it is, where it will be placed, right? This is kind of looking like it looks here, does it? Yeah, that's kind of the same dimensions. Okay. So can we attach a script here? Overlay. Wait, didn't I do that already? Let's see. Oh, this is the scene and this is the implementation. Okay, let's go to the player and steal from here. And we do health bar. And it is progress bar, health bar. So you tell me it's not written like that? Health bar. Okay. So now we have a health bar, and now we will global state dot health changed, connect that to on health changed, on health changed, value int void health bar dot. Ooh, I don't know the max value, right? Size. Wait, do you not have progress? What do you have? Fill mode, intermediate, show percentage, font, outline, font, fill? No. Background, font size, font. What? Show percentage, fill mode? Oh, okay. Just value? Value. And then I could probably do max value just for now at least. Okay, let's see if this works. Assertion failed. Hmm. I think it will only update when we got damaged once, right? Yeah. So we would definitely set it to its max value on start. And we will rename them all to not have a coding typo marked, even though I think that looks weird to be written like that. Okay, so how do we get the max value? I think for the global state that should also be something that's set here. I could either just do it when it's set for the first time. Or have a separate property. Let's do max health, and then in the player on ready we'll set global state, global, oh my god, max health, player max health equals player.rest, no, it's rest directly, max health, so that's set now. And then in the overlay we do a function on max health changed value in void, do this and duplicate that, and did I mistype something? Probably. Yes. On max health changed. What? No, I did not. What's your problem? Oh. Damn it. Okay, so that should work now too. That does not work. Game, I hate you sometimes. Well, not game, the engine. Don't tell me it reset that again. Maybe I did something wrong. Player max health changed. We don't get this at all. Player max health. Player max health. Right, it's not here. Or is it? It is. 250. But that does not work. Okay, I do get here. So I probably also get to my overlay. Oh, I only connect after ready. Yeah. And I'm currently in the player. I'm setting that in ready. So I saw him do something where he set a value after the ready moment. I think I could, in theory, like, I could set the value to the global state value that it has in that moment. I'm not sure if I like that way, but that should work. Oh. Not the change, just the health. Because now it will be set guaranteed. They're at 100. And we're dead. Let's make it a bit bigger. And then let's see how we can change the design here. Beam. Visibility texture. Show percentage. No, we don't need that. Begin to end. Intermediate. Oh, that's from the middle to the outside? Okay. What if we get damage? Okay, that just has no effect, it seems like. We set the min and max value automatically. H value expert rounded. So I explicitly want not rounded. Oh, that's probably rather the value than the... How do I style these? Layout. Clip content, transform, localization, tooltip. I think there it is. Theme overrides, background. Line texture empty, flat. Flat. Color. And that color will be our background color, which we defined somewhere. Background color. So now this can be exactly our background, but a bit lighter. Wait, why is this 1, 2, 3? Okay. So now it's a bit lighter. And it's no longer smooth, I think. Yeah, it's no longer. Okay. So now we have the fill, which also will be flat. And that will be this. And also has no border radius. Yeah, now it's better, I think. The question is what color I want from that, for that. Theme-wise, it's kind of fine to have it like this, right? You can always see it, and something broke here. I should not be able to move. Oh, I did not move by myself, but because the speed was continued, the movement direction continues, I'm not stopping myself. I'm just stopping the interaction. But that's fine. Yeah, I think that's kind of okay. I could do the background color. I should set the value, by the way, for this one to 50 so that I can see how it looks. I could set the background color to be our shader color. Wait, I saved that one, right? Wait. This will be watched too, and this will now be the shader color. But that might be really ugly. I don't know, I think that's kind of... In general, the bar would need a texture, but other than that... Border color. Border width. Cannot set the entire width directly? No, okay. 5, 5, 5, 5. Yeah, I think I find this fine. To be fine. You can see that it's like missing kinda, I think. That's good enough for me. It could be further down a bit. How is the... I would like to have a grid here where I can snap it. Use grid snap. Oh my god. Perfect. Loving it. No. Still don't know why these bubbles, these bullets go down there. Okay, and then I think the enemies I want to have in the top right corner. So in the top right corner, oh, but with the grid it's harder to see here. I would want container, text, color rect, label, graph. Could also be a percent bar that fills, but I think numbers might be cooler. If I do numbers though, the color will be a problem again because of the background. But we could just take a little lighter background and then it's fine. Lighter than the background, right? Or like a shadow behind it. So let's grab two labels. And bring them over there. And just size them accordingly before maybe. Oh, I can snap with control. This is enemies dead, and this is enemies total. And we will place them on the grid. Oh, this is not exactly the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this should be symmetric. So this would stop there. But we want space for the... So we go here. And then we add another one. But I don't know. I would like this to be a floaty layout. Like really designed layout where I don't manually place them. But they align floating left, right, whatever. Didn't he had a vertical thing? V slider? Low container. Okay, so you have stuff like that. Let's get another label. Separator. And let's move that here. Okay, and this will have just a slash. And they all will have theme variation. Theme texture. How do I overwrite this now? Does this make our spawn labels bigger? It doesn't, but I think it also does not have the correct theme now. Yeah, now it's correct. But why are these so high? Oh, damn it. Let's fix them all to be... Excuse me? And then you float center. Center. You float left center. And you float right center. And then I'm gonna make this thing the height of that. And then you will have modulate color. This. But we will add a panel. Q. I'm fine with the panel. Oh. Not being perfect, but now it is. Okay, let's take the panel. Let we take the lighter color. Why is it? Oh, because everything is modulated, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what I need to do is not modulate everything here, but only modulate these. So they will get another control node. Oh, they're overlapping now. And that control node will modulate in orange. Is this really centered? Vertically centered? Um, yeah, also this should now be in this control node, and but not there, but doesn't really matter. Although, you know what? We'll make it fitting. Okay. Yeah, I think it always needs to be a multiple of 8 to look proper. Okay, so we have that. How will that now look? Okay, I like that. It is not properly aligned though. Does it for some reason need to be one higher? Can I not move the control node? I can. Health bar 1 down. No, health bar 1 higher. And then we will first do the assignment of the damage values in the overlay. And afterwards, afterwards I have some small stuff I want to fix there. On enemy changed. Enemy total changed. And here we will probably do that also. Wrong button. Total, and then we will need, how did I call it? Enemies dead. Enemies dead. And it's a label. What? Where did I copy that other thing? Total. Oh, yeah. I don't like how I first called it. but now we'll stick with it. Okay, so now we do enemy det value value. Enemies total value value. And that should, oh, I should also here put in values to easier see how it will look. It's not really centered now if one value is like this. Unready, assertion failed. I mistyped again, right? Enemy. Oh. It's too far down. Progress bar, label. I thought I copied that. I would swear I did. Okay. What now? Value int base label. Oh, okay. String. No, let's do if value bigger 9 var new val equals nothing, new val plus equals 0, new val plus equals a string of value, new value. Function private make label value int string return new value. So string like this. So we do make label value. And then let's see how that looks. Not at all. String on base object of type label. Invalid property cannot assign key or object key value. Then what does it expect? Oh, it's probably just text, right? Yes and no. Ooh, 5. Smaller than 10. Okay. It's still weirdly aligned. I don't get that. Like, why, if I have it centered, if I have it top, this looks better. I don't know why, but this looks better. But are these the same height? They should be now, but I don't know if they are. Well, in theory, yes. So probably also in practice. Oh, we should start with the correct value here. So let's go here and on enemy that changed with the global state enemy that Nixifydef, welcome in, thank you. They are actually like, they need help because, wait, can I show that? All this hair that is here, I mean, I like them and I take the compliment, thanks for that, but all this hair should be in the dreads and not sticking out everywhere. But yeah, I would need to go to the person that fixes that for me, and I would need to make a date where they will have time, and I'm a bit too lazy, but they need some care, and they also could get bleached a bit more, I think, again, because it's a bit too much brown in my perspective at the moment. But yeah, what can I say? Relatable. Are you going to get them redone? Yeah, I mean, it's not redone, right? It's just that this stuff that sticks out here will be put into the dreads, like back in there where it's in the nearest dread. So it's not fully redone, it's more fixed, I would say. But yeah, you don't have to do them. Yeah. Not redoing them entirely would be crazy much time. And also with these, there's like old hair might be broken, right? So if I would redo it, it might only become like this long in the end, because the tips are no longer fully attached to my skull. So yeah, that's not what I would want, to just have half the length I have right now. But even the fixing is a very long progress. The last time I did it, it was like half a day, or like 6-7 hours for someone to just do all this, put all the hair where it should belong and all that. No worries. The more I have to talk about, the easier streaming is, right? So any opportunity to say something is happy to be seen. I don't know, my English is sometimes not the best. But yeah, no worries about that. I usually get I bleach them entirely, because just bleaching till there's a bit brown left is very tough. So I just bleach it all and then it just grows out again. So bleaching, which destroys the hair, which makes it easier to get the hair back into the dreads because it's easier to grab into each other. And then I just wait till it's in a state where I find it good looking, because the fully bleached state, I'm telling you, that's not looking good at all. But after like a week or something, then I'm really happy with it. So I want to be back to that state. It will also be less hot, because right now there's all this thin hair is just like a ceiling on my head, so it's way warmer. So for summer, or for spring already, I need it to be done actually. I will sweat all the time otherwise, and that's not nice. Okay, so that kind of works now. And it's aligned properly. I think though, if we have it like here, we need more strength on the background panel. This one. That got weaker, not stronger, did it? How did it, what? FF is max, right? It's not? Why is it transparent? Or is it not transparent now? Let's see. It's not transparent now. I don't hate that it's not transparent actually. I think, oh, there was an enemy. I think that's fine. But I would like our camera, I think, to have a little offset to the player. Be a bit higher, and we're not directly central. Now that the UI is taking a bit of our viewport. What is your game? So currently this is just a tutorial I'm following. This tutorial. And I'm close to the end, as you can see. So I'm just going along with trying out everything I find interesting. So it's not really a game and it's not really having a purpose, but I find some of the stuff that I built here quite funny. So I might make a mini game out of it, just a platformer with these guys accidentally doing that movement, and then I just went with it, and they have now the little parachutes. So I might make a little game out of that, but the games I would make would be different, and this is just a tutorial. It's like my first time ever. So when I'm done with this will be the first ever game project I did in Godot. I had some tiny stuff in Unreal Engine before, but that's years from now. No, before. In the past. That's quite a while ago. So I thought about maybe if I find another enemy, there should be 3 more. Now that we know that. Where are they? Oh, one could get stuck in here actually. I thought about making it so that I can control in which direction the enemy flies, and that might be fun. So I can make it fly to the left or the right, or instead of going up, I could make it fly down when I hit it in the air. And then I give the bullets a bit more homing so that it's easier to hit in the air. And so then you can kind of control where the enemies go. And I think that might be fun to play with. And then also I thought about, if they're in the air, for an attack of them, I want to implement that. I think it's not part of the tutorial to give them an attack that's not just you touch it, it damages you. But I wanted to then launch down on you. So you shoot it, it goes in the air, and from the highest position, it launches and shoots at you and damages you. So that's kind of the idea I want to have. And then maybe I just place some platforms and try to get through. So yeah, that's it basically for the game. So not really a full game here. I want to do some procedural animation game at some point. I can see if I still have that open. Yeah, I have. because I think that's really interesting project to do. So you see this, and then slowly you have a fish, right? And so this entirely procedural generated creature, I really like that from a 2D perspective. So I want to build that, and then I want to do kind of a Tamagotchi game from it. But it's your entire aquarium or terrarium or whatever. So you have a bunch of creatures that you can freely, because this is fully procedural, you can freely adjust how they look, like in the game Spore, if you know that one. So you can build your own creatures, kind of give them behaviors, and then you have a full life cycle, there, and you basically just have your digital terrarium, which you're trying to keep alive, and then there will be plants, fully procedural, animals, the soil, everything will be a cycle, and you try to keep all of that alive and keep everything happy in there. So that would be my dream game to make at some point, at least right now. Might change, of course, but I'm quite far away from that perspective. But that is ultimate goal, and right now it's more to just try out Godot one day at a time. Yeah. So right now it's just getting used to the engine, playing around with it, see how everything works, do a little game project. That's why I don't know if I want to do something else or actually advance this game more. And then I can see if I start with the procedural stuff and try that out. But right now I should rather, just get to do more basic stuff and learn the engine properly. These, for example, also have a little wobble that I added, which I'm proud of because it looks so funny. But yeah, that's basically it. Okay, let's see if I can move the camera, if I can give this an offset. And I want to be more upwards. Do you have any oh no, can I not? Oh, this button. Okay, so maybe we are here. Do you have any game project you're working on, or you're just watching dev stuff and not doing stuff yourself? Because usually, like, everyone has kind of their project in the development world, I feel like, or usually they have. Damn it. Okay, yeah, I like this more, the position we're in now. And I think this bar is way too big, but I want to match the dimension of the numbers. And I can't get the numbers tinier, I think. I would need to go down by 8 pixels again. So if I do that, because else it will not be pixel perfect. This would be possible. This looks bad. Yeah, okay, so we could go 72 and then scale down the panel. I shouldn't do too much tweaking though, because I want to finish the tutorial today and it's already close to 11:30 p.m. So I shouldn't overdo it. Wait, why is it looking ugly? So this is oh, yeah, it's multiples of 48 plus 8 should be 72, but 72 is not properly aligned. 8 years again. Maybe it's multiples of 16 actually, and not of 8. Okay, so we take this value, and then I guess we will just 1, 1, 2, move it down slightly. Can only edit them one by one, I think. Oh. And I don't want to grid snap then, I guess. Okay, I think this looks fine. It does. Okay. And now we can have this one be grid snap back to this. And I probably will like that a bit more. Yes. Okay. I think we continue watching the tutorial now because I have everything that I want to add here, I think. Oh, what I could do is have the outline be bigger than this and the numbers have the size of the bar. I think that would look better. Because that's just background, but we'll keep it like this. I think that's all we need to do, and now we need to... No, we died. But we will keep our movement to the right, so as long as we can jump, we can go further and further until we get stuck somewhere where we can't jump out of. Okay, now we're stuck, but that's fine. How long have you been doing programming? So game development, right? Just the time I spent with the tutorial, which probably is 3 times or something what the video time is. So I don't know, 20 hours maybe, 30 for 20 hours for this project. But I have a daytime job as a programmer, so just programming normal stuff, I don't know, 10 years. No, more than 10 years. I think 10 years I'm now in the job, but I started programming in university to a degree where I'd say I call that actually programming. So that would be, what do we have, 2025? Yeah, maybe 15, 12, let's say 12, 13 years of programming on a good level, or like on a level beyond HTML stuff. And like actual good full-on programming in a company, about 10 years. We need to remove some logging. Yeah, let's remove all of this logging because we have that all on screen now. Okay, this feels so close to being done. It really just needs a start and an end screen, or a start restart screen. And we would need a win condition for when we kill enemies. Let me see if we actually get the counter to 5. Just want to make sure that we are not and they are a bit tanky. Let's also lower the health in a second. Okay, 2, 3. Oh yeah, because they die delayed because they fall down, I'll set them to dead too late. So I think as soon as we get to that state, I want to set them dead, so it doesn't take that long. But other than that, I think I'm ready to continue watching the video because everything else is as I wish it to be for now. Play that. Is it here? It is here. So let's do that not after the delay. Collision disabled. Yeah, let's set that right here. From here we can already count it. It's guaranteed to be dead. And that will feel a bit better. Lots to still learn for game development then. It is always nice to have a prior general experience to support it. Can be quite tough to get into for beginners. Oh yeah. I mean, I am a bit too much. I think the count was direct now, right? Wait, let me check that. Go over there and die. Yeah, okay, now it's instant. That's good. I'm a bit too much trying to restructure and encapsulate everything as I wish it to have. So I think the biggest, not the biggest, the one tiny disadvantage if you have a lot of programming experience is just that you will need to do it like the engine wants, right? So I need to get used to and find out how the engine expects me to do everything and code everything. But other than that, I think it's really, really advantage. Also for this language, I have programmed in various different languages. So this one is just really easy and easy to use because I know all the concepts, I know all the stuff that's happening. I know in general what signals are. So it really helps, and now I just need to get used to how does the engine do stuff, how can I do what I want in this engine, how is data transferred or stored and all that. So it's actually, I think, a lot of fun and maybe a bit more fun than if I would know nothing about programming before. Wanted to set down the health. Where is your health? Here. You get only, or maybe I don't make that but make this bigger. Yeah, put this back to 50. Okay, that's more reasonable to test stuff. So yeah, I so far I love it. It's just so much fun. In between, I'm a bit disappointed with the tutorial because it doesn't tell me the stuff in a way that I would like it, or it's weirdly cut and I am confused what's happening. But he, I think, has programming background, or at least the tendency to program in the same way I would and be very specific and detailed, and he's using, he's typing everything and all those stuff, so it's really nice to compare to what he does, but then I definitely try to do it in my own way still. Okay, I think everything is how I would like it now. Everything that is not how I like it is close enough so that I should not waste time with it, because I have only half an hour to an hour left till I should stop streaming. So let's watch his video and see what he has in his half hour.
If we hit play, then let me see if I can move out of the way enough. So then you can see up there we have the text showing. Now that's also
I would say mine looks a bit nicer than
we need to be aware
the small numbers over there.
For the UI theme to 48.
Okay.
In game stats, for the gameplay, for the game stats, let's make sure that this is big enough. So I'll say layout, anchors, top left. I'll hide the game world temporarily. So we can...
And I think my programming background and having studied it will be very helpful for the procedural animation stuff, because that's just a bunch of math and calculation and stuff like that. So I hope I'll have an easier time, even though studying is quite long ago, so I might have forgotten everything. But that should also help me, with complex algorithmic stuff, to just have an easier time processing that and then applying it, because I just did that over and over in university. So we'll see how that goes, and if it will actually be easy for me or not.
See this, and so anchors preset.
Okay, we go 2 times speed now, and just see how he makes stuff
and then the game stats, I'll give it the
beautiful to his
stand to its children's sizes, and then the V-Box container.
standards.
Okay, so if we do that and we go back to the play the main game, we can see enemy slain and player deaths show up.
Okay.
We might need to get a little bit of a margin container, so I'll right-click add a margin container in. The V-Box becomes the child of that, and then the margin container. We can do theme overrides. I'll give it a 10 pixel margin on every side. Let's hit play. Okay, we can kind of see it.
Raw algorithmic knowledge and
see our text up there. So we're gonna need to make sure that
and even just being able to mentally think about them and the math that's going on is very useful. Oh yeah, I agree. And I wouldn't want to learn that on the fly, because it's just, you want to do one thing, right? You have your basic stuff, you know everything now to do a game, and then you want to do one advanced thing, and instead of doing that, you need to do like a, I don't know, 15-20 hour side way if you want to learn it properly, to then be able to apply that, or you're just trying to brute force yourself through it, just doing like trial and error, copy pasting tutorials, and that's just not the nice experience. So I think especially for those topics, it's saving you so much struggle if you have like basic knowledge, and I hope I will be able to recall it. So I don't know. A lot of compounding knowledge needed to make a game, and I've seen so many people drop out after a little while, even if they manage to make a small game though. Through brute force, they are stuck after that. Oh yeah, I get that. I don't have like many people that doing games that I know. Most people are just normal programmers, which I usually interact with over work, right? But I can see that happening with game development if it's just a side project. And I mean, in general, if the task is just very tough, it's easier to just stop. And I feel like programming, some tasks are just incredibly tough. The less knowledge you have, the tougher they just get. And you really need to either have motivation or some other reason, or like good argument why you should force yourself through it. Takes a lot of knowledge, perseverance, love and passion to really get going and make it. Yeah, I think that will be, by the way, my biggest struggle, to keep doing it, because if the project is small, I'm kind of fine. I can self-motivate through that, no problem. But if it's too big, and at some point you don't make big progress steps, right? Here it's just like, okay, I now have UI. I now have a number that counts up. I now have enemies that fly funnily. But if you then actually try to make a real game out of it, that's of a slightly bigger scale, that can just be so little progress in, I don't know, per hour, that I get stuck sometimes, because I just feel like, yeah, I should do it, but then I know that it will be 5 hours of no fun. Till then it will be amazing and I will do new stuff and it will be really cool, but just those problems that take too long might be my problem with doing the game idea that I want to do. But you know, I'll just try it and see how it goes. And if I then decide to just do another side project and go back and forth, maybe that would also be fun. I personally have been in game dev for about 18 years now. Ooh, that's nice. I mean, if you have fun with it, probably if you do it professionally, it will also be a lot of stress when deadlines need to be met. And 5 years ago, I started working on my own MMO engine, and it makes a lot to keep going mentally, just like you mentioned now. Oh, I can see that. That sounds like a very big project, but also sounds like super cool when you make progress with that, and then actually one day, you know, be able to use it and make a game with it and all that. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start. There's like so much stuff. I feel like MMO is the big and boss in game development because it just combines so much. A big key to the motivation was to reframe it as a learning experience. Oh yeah, research projects and all that, just one task at a time. Yeah. I think that's also, like, in general, a good idea to just view everything as a learning opportunity. But to me, sometimes that's still tough because I don't know, it's just, if I don't want to learn something but just want to get something done and then it doesn't work, it can frustrate me. If I don't see the path where I would be able to learn it. As long as I see like the path to, okay, this is a learning experience, these are the things you will know afterwards and you will be better with it and all of that, then it works for me. But when it's just like, yeah, you don't really see what you will have learned, you will just know how to change color or something, it's sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it's tough to reframe it. But I think that's definitely the approach that for the most time also works for me. Yeah.
Is visible, and that's going to require changing the. So I'll embed a new theme.
Oh, and starting in the first place also sometimes. So I will see how after this tutorial. I should actually just start a new project directly or continue with this for a bit so that I don't have the emptiness of, you know, now I just chill a bit before I start and then 1 week passes, 2 week passes. But I hope to, with the streaming, be more on schedule now when I work again than just in the afternoon or evening do it. And by that I'll be able to continuously work on it and not after like finishing something take too long of a break. So I'll see how that goes.
Entities, which is going to change one thing, which is going to be the font color on the labels. So I'll do add label and font color. And so if we go over here to the inspector, we can choose the font color we want, and I'm just going to make that kind of like a red. So let's hit play, and we should be able to see our text up there in the top left pretty visibly. But you know what? I really need the panel to show as well. So in the game stats, let's give it a size and position, like 300 by 300 or 300 by 200. Hit play and see how that looks. Okay, so we got a panel kind of there in the top left. If we go to gameplay, we can position it with W and then move it a little bit away from the top left-hand corner. A little bit more to the right. Okay, so we can see it now. Let's test it by shooting a few guys. Okay, so the enemy lane seems to be working. Let's make sure player deaths is working up there. Okay.
Wait, did his damage numbers? Why does he get damage numbers? Oh, you can't see. Damn it! Wait. The damage numbers for him are broken. I swear they were fixed before, but in this spot,
okay, so the enemies,
when he hits the enemies.
Got a panel kind of there in the top left. If we go to gameplay, we can position it with W and then move it a little bit.
Wait, one second.
Top left-hand corner. A little bit more to the right. Okay, so we can see it now. Let's test it by.
They pop up on the top left. They should pop up on the enemies.
Okay, yeah, so the counters are working. The data is being received, but we can see that the location where the hit damage is showing now no longer really makes sense.
Okay, he says that now.
So our combat text system, I was putting it on the UI parent. If we
establishing route is important too. I work on the engine with one of my friends, and we always do 1 to 3 dev sessions every week. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, if you know where to go and what the tasks are, that's definitely helpful, yeah. Yeah. I just feel like at some point that makes sense for me, but if I do that too early, it will be too many steps and that will draw me back from doing it because it feels like too much work to ever accomplish. So I think in the beginning, I rather have like very little tiny steps and don't think about the end result. And there it's nice to have like a tiny path where to go. But if I plan too much, I'll just make create too much resistance for myself. But yeah. Routine, not route. Oh, did I misread that? Oh, okay. Yeah, true. That I fully agree with. That's why I want to have like a fixed, then I will stream at that certain times or like at least twice a week and stuff like that. I want to try to do that and have that as a schedule because that will go waste for me. Like if I'm just sitting here and need to do something, then I might as well do the thing, right? So yeah, that's why I want to do the streaming, because if I have regular streaming, I'll probably have an easier time doing the programming. I don't like looking too far ahead. Of course, I know some things that I want to get done, but like you said, if I plan too far ahead, I too will become demotivated. Yeah, I feel that.
Open this up, combat text system. I might just change this to be parent, and this can be any node 2D. And what we'll do is we'll actually make it a child of the world, I think. So we can say parent.add_child text instance, and the parent is just going to be the world. So it'll move with the game world instead of moving with the UI. So if we hit play and we get hit for damage, okay, we can see that now that's working again. We can shoot.
I think the problem he had, I solved by having the overlay be separate for where I create the labels. And because he made this an overlay, he had the problem that now he had the wrong position. So I fixed it in a similar way, kind of.
And I will give it a label settings. So new label settings. So this is kind of like custom for this object specifically. I'll quick load the font, M5X5, and font size 16. We'll just try that, sure. Okay, so let's shoot a few times. Okay, and now it's pretty much back to normal. We got our text working.
Okay.
We have our enemy slain counter and player deaths counter.
So what's next?
There, stuff like,
he should have something new now, right, for us? What does the video say? Overscreen. Oh, yes.
I think this part ended up being a little bit more complicated than I had actually originally anticipated, but hopefully you guys were able to follow everything. And I'll see all of you in the next part. So in this part, I'd like to create a game over screen when the player dies, just keeping it pretty simple and responding to an event. And then I guess we can have like a restart game button or something like that in place of like a main menu. But before that, I do want to take this game stats canvas, go into it where we have the game stats panel, and I'm going to make the panel less transparent. So if we take the theme in the game, the defaults, and I'm going to add a panel item type, then we're going to want to take the panel color, which is under the panel tab for style box flat. So we'll add that as a property we can edit, open up, I think style box flat, yep, okay. And then we can change the background color that we have by default, and then that will include the alpha as well.
Okay,
so
I did that already for getting my colors.
Gameplay window, but if I go to gameplay, it should update for that. So we hit play, okay, we can see that it's only lightly transparent. So we can increase or decrease transparency as we need.
And then I choose to not have it transparent again, but I know how to do it, and that's nice. Especially because I found out myself. I think then you always will have an easier time remembering, rather than if you just follow the tutorial.
Throw in a game over scene. If I edit the vSource and then edit the combat state script, we can see that that occurs when an object that's player type dies. If there's only going to be one player object in the game, that should probably be fine. So player deaths will increment, but we might not want to respond directly to the player deaths changed signal because that value can be set outside of report death occurring. So what we might want is another signal for game over, and I'll emit that down here when the player deaths increments. So
let's see. I think I also want to have that in the global state, and I just want to infer that from the other parameters that I have here. So I would do I don't know. It would just be a boolean, right? It would just be game over screen and game. I'm kind of just creating a state machine now with what I'm thinking right now, which could be separate rather than I just add more states and states here. So I would have game over screen true, but then I also would have like game one screen, which could kind of be the same and doesn't need to be a game over or game one. I don't have much time left. I should sleep soon. So we'll just do whatever my brain tells me to potentially do and just code it in here somehow, I think. So game over will be set to true. Here. I don't know if I like that, but as I said, I have no time to have a proper structure. So we'll just check if I could also check this event and then do stuff, but no time left, no time left. So if the value is smaller than 0, we'll just set game over to true, and then we do the same for the dead enemies, and just check that. Let's note that though, this is so ugly. Okay. So game 1 will be when the value we get in for the dead enemies is equal or bigger than enemy total. Then we won the game. And let's just print that once. 1. And just see if that worked. And we're false. False. Okay, let's die first. That's easier. We won. No! What? Oh, both were winning. Over. Over. One. Okay. So now that we have these events or these properties ready, we'll see if we make, no, we'll probably make signals out of that. Game over. Changed. Value int. Set that value game over unequal value. Game over will be value and game over changed will be emitted with the value. And then we'll just steal that and rename that and steal this. Okay, and now we see what he does with his tutorial and how we hook that up.
Game over. .emit. Okay, so then when a death is reported, we do the game over signal, and from the game over signal, we can have a UI pop-up. So when you create.
Oh, he will do a pop-up. Interesting.
A game over UI, it'll probably be something like
I thought about like
this control type 2.
switching kind of the mode from the game level mode to an over mode or something, but
the whole screen. Let's do a theme override, and
that makes sense.
Of pure so let's
okay.
say game over. .emit. Okay, so then when a death is reported, we do the game over signal, and from the game over signal, we can have a UI pop-up. So when you create a game over UI, it'll probably be something like a panel. So I'll change this control type to a panel that will cover the whole screen. Let's do a theme override and give it a style.
So I could do how do I call that thing? Canvas layer. Could just call it overlay, but I want to make it specific, I think, so it should rather be maybe it's title screen, game over screen, pause screen, pause screen. Let's just go with that. And save it as pause screen on the main stuff. Then we add a panel, and that panel probably has not the right dimensions. Nope. So let's snap it to this. Let's go into the theme override, style, get the panel flat, no, the box, and then we pick our lighter color, but make it partially transparent. And now we will, in the gameplay UI overlay, add that pause screen, but we will have visibility to be off by default. No, wait, can we do that here? So here we will do oh, there, visible. Okay, here it will not be visible. Here it will. And then I could also spawn it in, right? But I could also just toggle visibility, probably. For now, we'll see how he does it. Let's get that back though and just see how it looks. It is not transparent. Why is it not transparent? Wait, didn't I... Excuse me? I had that, and then I made it like this, no? BB. Is BB illegal or what? FF is full, so this maybe? I think this is fine. And then it will have a label. Shouldn't I be able to lock that somehow? Like, snap, I mean? I want to have it exactly in the middle. Smart snap. Maybe it has no in the middle snap. Okay. Then we'll just do it like this, maybe. Kind of problem because this is, the grid is not aligned. Whatever, we have no time. Pixel snap, smart snap, scale. Okay. Let's write U1 and have this have their own no, their own font. And the size gonna be 160. And we're gonna make it centered. I feel like this property is just not really doing something for me. Okay, so if we start this now, I like that. I could also just make this the entire width so that I don't need to get the perfect position because it will be perfect like this. Okay. I like that it's white. And now I will just hide it by default. And then in its implementation, although I don't really know if I want them all to be dependent on this global class and interact with that from both sides. So it's kind of fine, I don't know. Wait, let me see. If we start now, we will not see it, right? Okay, so then here we go on function on ready, and we get the global state, game overchanged, under on game over changed. That should do it. One changed. On game over changed. This value bool void can't and then the pause screen visible equals label dot text equals you won, you lost. Visible will be the value, and then we need to grab label to be a label to be label, and we assert that label is not null. Oh, and then we duplicate this and just make this a 1. And what's oh yeah, connect. So what else? Do I not do it like this? Oh, I do it on ready. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that works. I'll probably not manage to do the launching in the air today. You won! Okay. I would want to have a restart button. Let's see if we can implement that ourselves. Button. Check button. Link button. Texture button. Base button. I don't know if this is the middle actually. This is tough now. I could have layout but I don't have the time. So we'll just calculate that this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we align it perfectly with this, it would need to be 2 more to the left. So this should be in the middle, I hope. And then we just name it again. And we will have the texture theme override again. Oh, I could have just only overridden the font size. 160. 80. So here I could also not do this. Oh no, I need to do it because it's, because I'm not under the node I was before. Okay. So I could have just added the theme and not did that. Okay. This is again weirdly aligned. Center. This looks kind of fine. Okay, let's just see how it looks. Wait, for that we want to do gameplay, visible, play. Colors. Oh my god. Text behavior, flat. Icon. Font disabled, font hover, font. Icon. Wait, but shouldn't there be a background element here? Layout? Container sizing, fill, expand, tooltip, focus, mouse, input, theme. There are flexbox things, so I could have made it more beautiful. Okay, so we just go with theme override colors. And then is it maybe just the icon color normal? No, right? It has no effect if I do this. At all. Oh, there's something changed something. But nothing changes the background. Let me Google that real quick. Damn. Less than an hour till I need to stop and go to bed. Godot button background color. This is done using theme. What? Where? Sample usage, page not found. Button. The Godot docs aren't the fastest, I have to say. Searching. 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 Come on. Why is it so slow? Maybe if we would have a theme, and we do this, and then we do stuff with it. We want the button normal. How do I edit this now? Override item. It looks awful, but it's made by me now. Button styles. How do I get back to that theme? Oh, here, okay. So then font color. This is rounded again, right? That's what I'm trying to prevent here. That the button rest hover Oh, this would be nice if I would save those things now and don't need to do them all manually, right? Yeah. Wait, but I can copy this. Save, make unique. Maybe I cannot. Hover, focus, I can copy though. Okay, that's good enough. We'll just adjust this color to the lighter one. And this also to the lighter. We'll adjust it to the darker. Oh no, we had the darker. We take the lighter maybe. Would be cool if I wouldn't need... Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, we just go with this. And now we try to find out how to implement the button. Attach script. This will be... Restart button. Wait, no, we don't need to do that. We can just go here in the pause screen. Get our button. 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 And then we'll just see what the button can do. If I'm pressing the right keys. Button dot clicked pressed. And this is probably in a signal, right? Pressed called when the button is pressed. If you need to know the button press state and member, oh, okay. I was thinking of externally connecting like this. Game over changed, like whatever. Just changing it to... Let's change it to 1. Just for experimenting. Oh. You are... Okay, that's not doing what it should. Wait, is it even called just button? Yes. Else you would assert anyway, so that's fine. Pressed on pressed. Function on pressed. Print rest. Wait, so that worked. Why ever that didn't work, I don't know. Can I not label text equal sum? Will that not work? It will. Okay, I don't know what was wrong before. So now we could just do GameState.reset. I mean, we just now would need to do print restart the level. And I feel like I would like the game state to do that, or some level controller, something like that. Something not here, not to do it here directly. Okay, so that will also all work now, and now we can disable it here again and continue watching the video and see what he comes up with and how he will restart the game.
Way, when it fades in, it'll just completely cover everything.
So this will be the game over panel. I'll save it in the UI. And also rename this node game over panel. Let's give it a script. Okay, and inside of the script, we're going to need a reference to the combat state. So export var combat state, type combat state. We'll quick load that from the project and the inspector. Okay, and when we assign it, we want to make sure that we connect to its signal. So set value, combat state equals value. So we can say if is instance valid combat state, combat state, then we'll connect to its game over signal, game over, and let's actually disconnect here. So on game over. And then we copy and paste this below when we set the new combat state and make it a connect. Okay, now we need the function on game over. So that's where we're going to show the UI. And actually, as a result, I think I want this node to always be active. The panel itself will actually be a child of this. So I'm going to right click and attach a panel underneath it, which is going to have that theme override. So style box flat, pure black. And then the root node will just be a control. Okay, so I'll take this control, I'll change the type to a control. And that way we can show and hide the panel from within the script. When you call show on a script that is hiding from within the script, if I remember right, it just won't trigger because hiding the panel also temporarily stops the code from executing. I think that's how it works. So this is like a just in case where you will always have the game over panel showing, but the panel under it will not be. So
let's make sure that's true. So the button would be somewhere here, right? I guess here. Okay, that's true.
I'll just actually call this game over UI. And then the panel is under it. So we need a reference to the panel. So we'll say export of our visible UI, any type of control. What we're going to set that to is going to be the panel, of course. So on game over, the visible UI is going to show. And then on ready, function underscore ready, we're going to say visible UI.hide. Okay, now we can click on game over UI, assign the panel as the visible UI. And that'll pretty much be the basics. So let's hit play and see if we can get a game over to occur. And you know what? I'm going to increase the enemy damage temporarily. So weapon stats enemy, or invader collision weapon stats, which will make it 50 damage. So I guess going Super Nintendo Mario, what are you dying? 2 hits. Yep, okay, so there we had the death occur, and we did not get the game over signal. So if I go into the panel, let's see if we can get that to display there. Oh, actually, it's probably because we haven't added the game over panel to the UI. So let's look for game over panel in the file system and just drop it under UI. And we want to make sure that that stretches the whole screen. And game over UI, the scene, it's set to full vect. So let's make sure it's full vect inside of the UI as well. So this should be full vect. So maybe the UI above it is not full vect. So UI full vect, and then game over full vect. Hide show, because the panel also needs to stretch to full vect. So this panel layout anchors and then full vect. Okay, there. Now that should be good. Yep, okay,
that's better than the way I did it, because it's stretchable where it's not stretchable for me, a fixed position.
It doesn't really show much of what we need it to show. So let's jump into the game over UI, and I'll add a, let's say, rich text label, and I'm going to center it. So under layout, we go to layout mode, anchors, center, and I'm going to just say game over text. And I'll just expand this box a bit. I'll center it. And I also want to center the text. Let's do BB code enabled. That way we can add some effects to this. Okay, maybe we don't want the size to be increased. I'll just reset that and reset the size. Let's see, fit content. Okay, so let's resize this to be the size we actually need it to be. In the rich text label properties, there's markup, custom effects. So we can add one in here. Let's do new rich text effect. Okay, let's expand the box and go to gameplay. We want to make sure it actually fits the screen when it's showing in game. So just expand it to what it needs to be. So that we have our game over. Okay, I'm going to see if we can just paste the BB code to get it to work. So with BB code enabled, I'm just going to put this in. Okay, so we add a wave effect. So you can just copy and paste this.
Okay.
Right off of the Godot wiki on BB code. So if we want that effect to end, we might also want to do a slash over. Okay, I'm going to see if we can just paste the BB code to get it to work. So with BB code enabled, I'm just going to put this in. Okay, so
interesting.
add a wave effect.
I don't think that's beautiful, so I won't, but
I'm basically pulling right off of the Godot wiki on BB code. So if we want that effect to end, we might also want to do a slash
dot/wave. Not really necessary, but otherwise this would apply to any other text we add after it. So you can see after the /wave, it stops applying. We can also do rainbow. So let me put that in. Once again, I'm just copy and pasting. So we gotta have the left square bracket, rainbow, and then at the end we can do /rainbow. Now, putting a rainbow in a 1-bit game is kind of like not really saying on theme, but whatever. I think that works as a pretty cool game over screen anyway. So let's hit play, and we get hit a couple times, so we got our game over. We could stand to make it a little bit bigger. As I'm going to take game over UI here, and I'm actually going to add a custom theme for the font size, so say 48. Okay. Now this basically stacks with the original theme. So the original theme applies the font, as you can see there, and then this only changes the font size, I believe. Okay, so we got
it didn't for us, maybe because we had a separate canvas or something, I'm not sure.
And let's just preload.
Or I messed up something else.
Change the font later on. Okay, so 1, 2, we got our game over. We do want to make sure we center it in the screen too. So let's make sure that is.
Oh, maybe it just doesn't in the editor, right? But when he starts it, it's actually correct.
So we can do that with BB code as well. So I'm going to do center code, and then we can have a /center over here. Feels like I'm writing a forum post from back in the day, all those BB code forms. And is there a vertical centering? I guess the thing to do for that would just be move it down a little bit. And on gameplay, it's kind of centered, good enough, right? 1, 2, and then we get our game over screen. But we might want to have like a fading animation for that turning on. Let's actually create an animation player. If we add an animation player child node, then instead of showing the panel directly, we could just play the show animation. So go to animation new, show, and this is going to take the panel. So let's see, property track on the panel, which is going to be like the visibility. So we want not self-modulate, modulate track on the so property track on the panel, modulate. Okay, and let's just make it a 1-second animation. So we start at 0% alpha and we end at 100% alpha. Might need to zoom in and make sure that we set these keyframes right. So it should be 0 and 1.0, and then this goes to 100% alpha if I play. Okay, after you can see we have like our fade in. So and the game over UI, so instead of just 2, and we end at 100% alpha.
I think I want that.
And then we get our game over screen. But we might want to have like a fading animation for that turning on. Let's actually create an animation player. If we add an animation player child node, then instead of showing the panel directly, we could just play the show animation. So go to animation new, show, and this is going to take the panel.
Let's take the panel.
Property track on the panel, which is going to be like the.
Oh, okay. Oh, because the main thing cannot be invisible. Okay, so I will make it reset this. Let's put these under there. And then this will be invisible by default. Here. But that's annoying that I would like to see it here, but not here. Oh wait, gameplay it's fine, because if I edit the level, I'm in world or level anyway. Yeah, okay, so that's no problem. So we can do it like that, and then we do the animation player. I only want to have it so that I know how to use it. I don't like the effect that much, I think, to have that in between. So then we want to have a new animation, fade in, and we want
animation player child node. Then instead of showing the panel directly, we could just play the show animation. So go to animation new, show, and this is going to take the panel. So let's see, property track.
Property track panel
on the panel, which is going to be like the visibility. So we want not self-modulate, modulate track on the so property track on the panel, modulate. Okay, and let's just make it a 1-second animation. So we start at.
Why modulate and not visibility? Maybe pause screen. Ready. Hide. I'm not sure if that will work the way it should. Also, this will no longer work. Panel, now we have a panel, and we hide the panel, and then here we just show it. Damn it. Okay, that should still work and do the same thing. It doesn't because... Come on, stop. Those need to be unique now. Okay, it still works. Now let's see modulate
0%
stuff.
alpha, and we end at 100% alpha.
Oh, okay. So, animation player. Wait, how do I...
Player. If we add an animation, so we start. Oh wait, not self-modulate. Modulate. Track on the so property track on the panel. Modulate. Okay, and let's just make it a 1 second animation.
How did he make it to a 1
So we
second
start at
animation?
0% track on the so property track on the panel. That's 0. Okay, and let's just make on the so property track on the panel. Modulate. Okay, and let's just make
Oh, right click, insert key.
it a 1 second animation. So we start at 0%.
So we start at 0%.
Alpha, and we end at 100% alpha.
I should have made myself die quicker. I'm not sure if that worked. Or maybe it does. But it doesn't this... Oh wait, no, I mean to play that thing now. Yeah. So... Damn it. I will need to... I won't need the panel, I think. I will do... Animation player. And then I will do animation player dot play. And I mean, I could get the panel to hide it in the beginning. Panel dot hide, and then I do this. Oh, come on, I copied that. What? Okay. Okay. Let's go here and... Well, we just die again once more. I'm so stupid. This must be named... I think fade in. Oh my god, my typing is getting worse and worse. I should sleep soon. Anim fade in. Var okay, maybe we can get it this time. We also get no infos, so... Let's go to the player health and make this be... How much damage do you do? 50. Okay. And then we'll just check that we land there. Oh, maybe? If the panel is not visible, it cannot work. Maybe I need to make it visible and animate it. Oh, nice. But I would want that to be a bit quicker. Why is it though that this is all gray? Where do I define the length of this speed scale? Right, so I rather do this then to make it quicker? Or maybe this? Okay, I like that. Let's start a bit later though, so that we see the... Yeah. Okay. Interesting though that our health is not updated if we die immediately. Oh, I don't have time. I shouldn't do more stuff here. This is sending game over, but it should still set the health and override the health. Why is it not doing that? Oh. Because this is not set correctly in the beginning. So when we do set total changed, let's just do it like this. Oh no, no, not this. Player health, max health. Okay. So if we set the max health, no, that's not okay too neither. Max health could be something that's adjusting. So it would rather be, I think, here that on the start we set our health to the correct value. Max health. And then in the overlay, and we set the max health. We don't do that anymore. We don't do this anymore. No, what? Max value, okay. I think this is better, so that the state is always reflected in the global values rather than just in the UI element. Okay. Fixed. Nice. Good with that. We see what he does.
Zoom in and make sure that we set these keyframes right. So it should be 0 and 1.0, and then this goes to 100% alpha.
Coding the background, but still looking. Thanks for the lurking.
We also want to play the animation. So if we do export,
I hope you're successful with your coding.
We'll just do animation player.play, and we're looking for the show animation. Okay, we need to assign the animation player, and that should probably be good to go. Let's get hit twice, and now we get a fade in for our game over. Cool, that actually worked pretty nicely. Let's see. Over UI. So instead of just showing and hiding, we also want to play the animation. So if we do export var animation player, I'll type animation player, then we'll just do animation
oh yeah, that's just what we did. Okay, okay, nice.
Okay,
Hiding some IDE stuff now. Right now, hopefully I can figure it out. Oh my god. What IDE are you forced to use? Or is it one of your choice, but just annoying this time? I hate it when I needed to do Eclipse Java stuff. That's just not my jam.
we need to assign the animation player, and that should probably be good to go. Let's get hit twice.
I think there was something with you can't have an empty space, can't have a space in your file path, but because of Windows renaming of the workplace, I had a space in my name. So something was just really messed up with Eclipse because the naming was breaking something. With some of the sub plugins, not Eclipse itself, just the combination of that thing was crazy. Using Visual Studio Code for your scripting language, but the LSP is not understanding. Oh, I want to absolute file require path instead of relative, and it breaks all the IntelliSense autocomplete. Damn it. Damn, yeah, that sucks. I hope you'll figure that out quickly. That's not a nice task to do. Yeah. Very annoying indeed. Yep. Yep. There's nothing else one could say to that, but that.
And now we get a fade in for our game over. Cool, that actually worked pretty nicely. Let's see. So we do need a button too to restart the game. So I'm gonna right click on the game over UI. We'll add in a button. We want to position it under the game over. So let's do a VBox, add child node, a VBox container. position rich text node on top and add the button under it.
Button.
Okay, gotta make sure the debox container stretches to the whole thing.
They're so close.
Layout mode anchors, full rect. And where did my text label go? Expand vertical, I guess. And I guess it should actually be center. Okay, now I want to make sure it stretches to the child contents, or you can just expand it kind of like this, I guess. Move it down a bit. Where's the button? These anchors need to be adjusted too. Okay, so we need our button to be below that, kind of in the center. Let's say restart, and we can position that there. So our restart button, I want to attach a script to it to tell it what scene to load. So let's add a restart game button script in UI. So we're going to export var restart scene, which is a text scene.
Yeah, I didn't overwrite the button directly, but the UI element, what for him game over UI is, I overwrote it there, and I think that's fine for how I would want to do it.
That you would instead load the world again, or
rather than having more files and everything spread around.
So just keep in mind that you don't have to completely restart the game. If we find gameplay.tscn, then we can completely restart the game. Now, there might be some game worlds where instead of completely restarting all the systems, like I'm doing right now, just going for a new game, that you would instead load the world again, or you would load the level within the world, or you would load a save file. But this is just probably the simplest way to get started, so just keep in mind that you don't have to completely restart the game. You could just restart the level, or load the contents at the same level, or to a save point, that kind of thing. So we're going to just tell the scene tree to change the scenes, though. So function onFest, we're going to take the tree, so get the scene tree, and then we're going to switch to scenes. Let's see, change scene to file, change scene to packed. I think that's what we want, which is restart scene. So that's going to completely restart our gameplay scene. It's going to restart the whole game. And
get tree, change scene to packed. Overlay. No. Pause screen. I mean, it shouldn't be here directly, I think. It should be somewhere central, but fine. Get tree. Change scene to. Didn't he say file? No, scene to packed.
Thing we need to do is connect to that pressed signal. So function underscore ready.
Oh, and he will just mark what should be restarted here, right? I think I'm fine with doing it like that for now, even though it's not beautiful. This is ugly. We would not want to have the packed scene in this UI element, and we would not want to need to assign it anyway. Though that might be needed somewhere. Restart. Yeah, let's call it like that. Restart. Oh my god, restart scene. Typing is so hard when you're more and more tired. Export variable, restart scene, packed scene, and then we go here. Pause screen, button, pause screen, and we assign quick load the world. No, we assign gameplay. That works. That does not work. Interesting. But we do get here, and the scene is not empty. Yes, yes. The scene is empty. Come on. Restart scene. But it's not empty. Restart scene is unequal null. What? think that's not loaded yet, maybe. Okay, I think I rather want to listen to how he fixes it rather than trying it myself. No, restart scene is null. No. It's definitely not assigning for some reason. But gameplay is what I would need to load. Okay, well, maybe he gets the same error.
Connect on pressed, and that's pretty much it. So when the button is pressed, we change the scene to the restart scene, which is the gameplay. And I'm going to rename this button restart game button. So we hit save, I get hit a couple times, and then I'm going to hit restart. Okay, it did not work as intended. And also this is supposed to hide initially, so I forgot to put it onto the panel. So let's do that. And now hit play again. We get hit a couple times. There's our button. We can restart. Let's see what the debugger says. I can't change to a null scene. Use unload current scene if you wish to unload it. So that's interesting. Let's do the unpressed.
Okay, here's the same error as we have.
We get to that point. So I'm going to restart. And yes, it is null. Okay, let me try one more thing. Maybe it's because it's being loaded from within the parent scene. So I'll try a file path here. So this is going to be a string. We'll do export file. And then instead of change scene to path, we'll do change scene to file. Put in the restart scene. And then we just put the path to the gameplay TSCN inside of here. Sometimes the scenes are a little bit screwy. So we'll see if this works. So it does seem to be set in the inspector. If we do restart. Oh, okay, there we go. We got that to load up. As you can
I mean, okay, fine, but I hate it. Well, now this is even the file. Great. So let's do file, export file.
the parent scene. So I'll try a file path here. So this is going to be a string. We'll do export file. And then instead of
Okay, so it's just a string. Wait, no, what am I doing? This, yeah. Okay, restart scene file. Oh my god, this is so ugly. I didn't assign it though. So it will just be empty, right? Yep. So assertion would also be dot is empty. Oh, come on. Okay, now we're asserting. And now we go into the packed scene. Damn, 10 minutes until I should sleep. And we get the world. No, we get the gameplay. And we restart. And we die. And we start again. Nice. But the global object is not resetting. Will this fix that? Nope. Great. So I guess I'll extract that here and put it in global state. Function reset it all. Okay, so now we should be able to restart. And we just call it here. Global state, restart all. Play. Yeah, because we didn't set it yet. We can't set our global thing, right? Ah, fuck. Or can we? I have no time left. No. Global state. No, we can't. I would need to put this in manually here. Okay, that works now. Manual. Ugly. Okay, working. So, what are we gonna do now? I think I need to do my daily Japanese lessons before it's midnight. So I do that real quick. Okay, I did some really easy lesson just to secure the streak. That's enough. Okay, let's quickly finish this. So, which this means with a resetting, I'm just gonna like copy all of the methods up there and reset them manually so that it will all work. So total player health game over, game 1, and also player max health. And I think everything can just go to 0 because we'll set it afterwards anyway. Reset it all, and let's actually do a private function reset stats as state. And that will be all of these, and then we do the reset state before we reload the level, and we will also do it on ready. Okay, that works, I think. Let's see if we can also, damn it. We can no longer shoot. Oh my god. Oh, because we only got that on scene load and never do it again, and now it's deleted. Oh, because this is also global. Reset function reset. Like this. And then we'll also call that here, reset it all. We'll also, after setting up the new tree, global groups, set up the groups. No, what is broken now? Assert projectile parent unequal null. Group node must be set. What? Reset groups, group parents. What? Oh, come on. I wanna go sleep. Good that we have these asserts, though. Okay, now we reset. And is this not what it should be, or what? Oh no, it is correct, but there's just nothing in the tree yet, maybe? Let's do it from, oh, this is also still on, but I don't think that will be the reason. Maybe it will. What? No, where do we assert now? Global state ready. Oh my god, it overrode everything we had changed. Damn it. Stop that. Okay. How can I see? Maybe I need to chain it so that when the loading is done, pressed. Returns okay. Can't. Changes the running scene to the new one at the given parent path after loading it into a packed scene and creating a new instance. But doesn't that mean that afterwards here the get tree should be loaded? Let me see. I mean, I would only need to reload the world, but I don't know how to do that. No, only the level actually. Okay, we'll look and hope that he has a fix for this, because I don't have the time to do that now. Maybe I would need to call this deferred. That's the last thing we will try. Godot call deferred. All deferred. I always forget how he did this stuff with not needing to put the name in here. Let's see if this is enough. Nope. Doesn't help. Damn, that's so sad. We were so close to getting it all done today. Next line is crashing us. Okay, let's watch the video and see how that goes for him. Maybe he will also crash.
Scene to path, we'll do change scene to file, put in the restart scene, and then we just put the path to the gameplay TSCN inside of here. Sometimes pack scenes are a little bit screwy, so we'll see if this works. So it does seem to be set in the inspector. If we do restart, oh, okay, there we go. We got that to load up. As you can see, the player deaths are still there. If we were to shoot enemies, I believe that statistic would also still be there as well. So there's a couple issues we need to work out. So if we want to reset the number of enemies that died whenever the gameplay reloads, we could do that. So I might add a script to gameplay, and then we'll reference the combat state. And just as FYI, normally you would probably do this when you load the data, you just set the values. So like you load a new game and you set the values on load. So
the problem is really that it's maybe the wrong moment, because it should be on ready of something else rather than let's do it like that. Let's attach a script to the world, see if that fixes it. Attach script world, and then function ready. We'll call global groups dot reset. What did I name it? Reset group parents, or in that case rather setup. So we'll only do it in the ready, and we will no longer do it in this ready, because the global ready is just once. It will not be triggered again, I think, if we reload the entire thing. So the state here still does that, that's fine. And then here we don't need to call this, but this should call the thing. Oh my god, it works. Oh my god, it doesn't work. I hate my life. Wait, I don't have a match emote? Oh my god, that's evil of me to not have that. You found the solution, not that the one you really wanted, but it will do for now. Roblox is being ultra dumb with their decisions at the moment, because they would rather take many smaller steps towards unifying Luau between Roblox and the standalone version. I have no idea of any of those things, I think. Basically I have to set up an alias in their config file so that the editor knows what I'm referring to, while modifying my custom script loader to now simply strip out the first 5 characters if they match the alias prefix. Oh, so you try to use your editor in between your editor for their thing, so the same way I use Godot but with Visual Studio Code, and that is just not working at all. That sounds annoying, if I got that right. But I don't know what Luau is, so Luau. I never heard that. I know no, not Luna. Lua, I know? Or is Luau Lua? Luau is Lua continued by Roblox. Oh, I see. Okay. Is a scripting made by Roblox, but they made a standalone version that can be used outside of Roblox, but then the API and functions did not match. And now want to unify them. Oh, I see. That sucks. As there was a server and I understand the alias stuff, so I have to make it happy by using it, but then modify my engine to basically ignore it. Oh, that's stupid. Is there not the option to just wait till they unified it, or will that just be taking too much time? Probably also not fun to just wait for that, assuming you don't know when exactly that might happen or if ever. They announced they want to make what I'm doing possible without the bypass in the future, but knowing them, it could be months, and I need it now. Okay, I see. That sounds like there's not much to work around then. Or like to wait, and you need to work around then. Okay, we go here once. We die. We go here another time. It's not null. Anymore. Then how is this now null? Is the scene now null? The packed scene is now null. Yeah, just have to do it like this for now. This packed scene is reset to null, or what? What the fuck? Huh? Guess I should have checked that the packed scene I want to use is not null. How did that reset though? Crazy. Wait, why is it null? What? Just by checking it's no longer not null? What is happening? Did it reset something again? I think everything is working now. But our health is a bit low. Okay. Oh, it might be time. To try this out and then be done for today. What would happen if I go full screen? No, it's now in the middle. Yeah, I expected that because I don't have actual layout stuff. No, I can't fix stuff now. I need to go sleep. Can you not be invisible, please? How would I edit that? So this entire thing layout anchors preset top right. What? Let's move this together. Why can't I move that in the origin? Okay, that works now. I have no idea why the anchor point is up there, but it doesn't really matter. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be equal, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think it's correct now. And the scaling works. Initial health is wrong though. Damn it! The lost screen is wrong. Panel. Layout. Fill rect. Why is my health low in the beginning? Label. Layout. Okay, so that all works now, the layout, even though it's not very nicely done. Okay, and then the current health is wrong when we start, and that should be the last thing to fix. This is now not at 100%, so it would be in the global state, I think. On ready restart. Yeah, we'll just leave that. That is not working. Why not? I need to go sleep. Okay, it's 250 now. and in the overlay, we'll get on health changed. We will not get on health changed. Oh, this. Okay. Let's win once. I clicked outside of the game. I didn't see if I win, but fine, we won. And now if we restart, it all works. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thanks for the follow. I think I can go sleep. Of course, only because of the follow, right? Not because the game is now. No. You passed the vibe check. Thanks. Allowed me to sleep. Exactly. Okay. We win, we restart. Oh my god. It works. Okay, let's put the player health to 150. That makes more sense. So we can have 3 hits. We have all that set. So was going to be very match if there was none. Oh, I'm happy that you found a solution. Oh yeah. Imagine not, and it's just just wait for it. So at work we use GitLab pipelines, and there's something where you wanna basically re-trigger something or have it like group with a certain property, and they just have that as an open ticket for years now, and nothing changes. And we wanted to use that, and it took so long to have like an alternative, and the alternative is not really fixing it, it's just a workaround to do like a less optimal process. So I don't know, it's, if you can't get the solution, that just sucks so much, especially for like something that's so essential to the process. And yeah, the work thing is just, it's not the most important thing, so it's fine, but it just feels very bad that they don't support it as they should. I always assume I will be an old dinosaur before anything in the open repo gets fixed. Yeah, exactly that. Okay, so we have like 10 minutes to watch here.
We could just say load here.
Nearly throw off the water in the last minutes.
We say combat state dot
Okay.
side equals 0.
So let's see what he's doing here, and then we're done. Oh no, he's adding sound, right? Maybe I cannot sleep for 10 or 15 more minutes, but that will be fine. We'll be fine. As long as I'm in the bed in 20 minutes, fully ready to sleep, I'll be fine. I just need to be really quick now with the sound stuff.
So we could just say load here, and maybe we say function.
Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I do that tomorrow. Then I also have motivation to stream tomorrow because I want to get the audio stuff done. That would be way smarter than trying to do that now and then redoing everything. Okay, we'll watch the entire video to the end. I'll go sleep, and then I'll just reset to wherever I need to be for tomorrow, because I don't think the audio will be that quickly done if I need to follow the tutorial.
So we'll say function underscore ready, but I'm gonna keep the player death count the same, so that even when we restart, we know how many times the players die. Okay, last thing, the window here, when it's not visible, it's blocking the mouse input. So if you go and you hit play and you try left clicking to shoot, you'll see that it's not working because it's being blocked by the UI. So for the game over UI, let's jump into that. I'm gonna click here. We want mouse to be changed to pass, and we want to make sure that the panel also is like that. So mouse pass. That means that even if you click here, the mouse actions can still pass through it. And under the rich text label, mouse should be passed as well.
Wait, I think I don't have that. I have that. I can't shoot here. No, wait. That's because I'm in the... Oh my god. No, I don't have that. I can always shoot. Because I think the label is here. The label is here. No, I don't have that. Why does he have that? I don't know.
Well, yeah, we'll make that pass. But now for the game restart button, I think. So I hit play. Okay, we can't shoot still. Is the UI itself blocking it? Yes, it is. Okay, so let's make that pass. Now we hit play. We can shoot again. Yep, even if we're kind of in the middle here where the button is invisible. So if we get hit a couple times, our character would die. And then now we can hit the restart button. You'll see enemy slain restarted, but the player death count is still there. We can restart. Yep, okay, we got our health back, so it takes 2 hits.
Okay.
That's looking pretty much as we want it to be for the game over screen. Yeah, so we have a player death count and an enemy slain count that restarts.
I could also have a game over count in theory and not reset that. Yo, it's attacking me while I'm not watching. But yeah, I don't necessarily need to do that. I have that. And I wanted, but I will not do that now. I want my icon to be left of this and the enemy item left of the icon above. I don't think that's... Maybe it's easy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I give myself 5 minutes for that. Imagine being gone for a month from work and then working again super tired because I did a game all night. Probably not the smartest decision. Icon. It would just be a sprite, right? But is there a special sprite for... a special sprite for the UI stuff? Color rect, label, range item, texture rect, texture rect, texture. Nah, I'm not gonna do that now. But that can be if I remember till tomorrow, I'm gonna do it, else I won't. Are you really a programmer if you don't lose sleep over it? Yeah, true. Okay. Let's go to the README file and add a to-do list here. To do. So we want to have icons for player and enemy in the UI. We want add sounds. Damn, I had a third thing a second ago. Oh my god. Okay. What was the third thing? What was it? Oh yeah. Enemy launch attack after they have been hit. It would be cool if the enemy in general would walk towards the player if it sees it, but I don't feel like I need to implement that here because the structure isn't the best and I would rather have a nice state machine and all that. So we want to do all these 3 things And then I think I'm done with the project when I have these 3 things. Everything else is working now, so now we can just watch this, and if I feel like something is cool and I want to edit, I put it on the list rather than ruining my sleep.
With the new game thing, this would probably become a save and load data, or you can call a new game if you want to restart the stats. But normally, I guess that would be from the main menu. I guess it's not really different from what we just did, having the restart button there. But just keep in mind that like there's different ways of doing this, and you might need to adapt it a bit for your game. But that is pretty much the gist of having a game over screen, restarting the enemy's death count, and making sure that your UI does not block your mouse input, so you can still interact with the character. Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this video I'm going to show you guys how to import and use sound effects inside of Godot. So we're going to be doing this for the 1-bit platformer series. So first things first, you'll need some sound effects to put in the game. Coffee, Val, and Bat has a pretty good pack on edge.io for some sound effects you can use. So sound effects are GB Studio, Game Boy games. It makes sense for 1-bit. So we'll go ahead and give it a try. Another alternative would be using this tool, BFXR. So the BFXR website might look pretty simple, but it's a pretty good tool for creating computer-generated sound effects by using slider bars. Doesn't really take any skill. You just kind of have to play with it until you get something that sounds interesting enough. For sword patch, pickups, that kind of thing. I'm going to be trying the Sweet Sounds pack. There's plenty of other options on itch.io and other sites if you want to look for them. But you just need some sound effects for this tutorial. So when you've downloaded it, we can create a new folder in our project. I'm going to call it either sound or audio. Let's go with audio because it's going to have music and sound effects. So inside of that audio folder, we'll create a new folder, SFX for sound effects, and let's open it up in File Manager. Right-click Open in File Manager, and now you just need to copy over what you want out of the pack. So I'm not sure about this BGM format, but .wave would definitely work. So you can grab as many or few of these as you want. Perhaps we want to confirm, cancel sound effects, and let's do gun as well because we have projectiles, laser gun, and maybe monster scream. So we can copy those over and put those in here. And let's just find some places that we want to actually instance these sound effects in the game. So an obvious example would be when we.
I think I would want the classical scream sound when the enemy is hit or something. That would be funny.
Go to the player scene. Let me zoom in here a bunch.
Classical movie scream sound.
And we have our shooter script. So I think when the shooter fires, it would be a good idea to play the sound effect on the fireable, and we'll have to create that in there. So let's see, fireable basic has weapon stats basic. So inside of shooter, we can give a sound effect to our fireable. Maybe we put it under weapon stats because we probably want a sound effect for when we attack with other weapons as well. So in weapon stats, we'll add the sound effect, and then shooter will play it whenever we instance a copy of the projectile. So let's look for weaponstats.gd. I'm going to export inside of here a sound. So I'll say export var sound, and this will be a audio clip. And for this, if we hover over, let's say, the laser gun sound effect, we can see it's audio stream. So I think that's the class we need, audio stream, not MP3, but there are a few options here if you're using OGG Vorbis or MP3. .wave sounds can be pretty space inefficient. So
you can keep a audio stream as the generic option. It still allow all the formats. Okay.
Probably do want to use more like OGG Vorbis, I think. So let's put in an audio stream of any type, and we can click on the term. You probably do want to use more like OGG Vorbis, I think. So let's put in an audio stream of any type, and we can click on the shooter. We'll expand the weapon stats basic, and here we can see our sound. So we just got to drag and drop laser gun.
That's easier than I would have thought to get access to it.
When shooter creates a projectile, if there is a sound effect in here, we want to instance a copy of it. So after the projectile launches, if there is a sound effect in, let's say, fireball.stats.sound. So if there's a fireball stats sound, we're going to want to play the shoot sound effect on probably the shooter itself. So I'm going to right click on shooter and add a audio stream player. So I'll say this is the shoot audio stream player 2D. Now we want to assign it to the shooter. So in shooter, I'll do export var.
Okay. So it is more complex. I thought you could just right away play it. And I think you can also have like different channels, I heard. So you can have an SFX channel, and stuff like that.
Player.stream, I think, is equal to fireball stop stat sound. Let's click over here. Yeah, we can see this is the property of the stream. And then we play it from the beginning, which is the default here. So let's give this a shot. I'll hit play, and we fire. So we can see invalid assignment because we have not assigned the audio stream player. So in the shooter, we need to assign the audio player. Okay, now we can hit play, and you'll see that we can immediately play the sound effect. You can have multiple going at the same time, and basically play. Okay,
I will love that to add that tomorrow.
Shoot. We can also add ones.
That's good to be motivated to stream. Although I don't know if I directly make it tomorrow. I have pushed all my to-dos to stream more. So I might need to do more to-do stuff tomorrow and then only stream again on Tuesday. I'll have to see.
Would be a little more appropriate. I'll bring that into the project too. So temporarily, at least, I'll remove the monster scream and the gun sound effect, just because I don't think I'm going to use it in this tutorial, but I might bring them back later. So we have the bump sound effect. Whenever a hurt box gets hit, I think I'm going to default it to play the bump sound effect. So we can open up the hurt box script and give it a sound effect. So at export var hit sound, and this will be a audio stream, and then we want access to a player. So export var hit player, audio stream player 2D. Okay, now we can give the hurt box its own audio stream player. And I am going to set the hit sound for the player to bump. Maybe the player should have its own sound effect later on, but I'll just kind of make that the standard for now. And then we need to assign the audio stream player. It's audio stream player there. And I did just assign the bump sound right in there. So you could actually make the argument that you...
Yeah, I would think about where I would want to put the audio player, so it's good that I'll do that tomorrow and not today.
As long as we set it in the stream player down here, we don't mean to change the sound effect, it would be fine.
It would take me at least half an hour to figure out how that would be nice for my setup.
Let's go to the invader as well.
Compared to his.
A audio stream player 2D. So the hurt box grabs audio stream player 2D, and that is going to use bump as the sound. So now if I shoot at the enemies, well, in theory they would play the sound effect, but I guess I didn't set it up correctly yet. So in audio stream player, after it gets hit, if the hit player exists, So we can say if hit player, then hit player dot play from the beginning, reshoot at them. And if you listen closely, it's definitely playing sound effects. Okay, so that's good there. Now, where might you use a cancel or confirm sound? An example would be the game over panel. So the restart game button, we could have a confirm sound effect. So just as an example, I'll give this a audio stream player 2D. Or actually, does it even need to be? It could just be a regular audio stream player, couldn't it? Because the UI
Oh, the 2D is actually located in the game, right? Yeah.
Audio stream player. So export var audio player. This will be a audio stream player. We assign it in the inspector, and before we change the scene, we're going to play the sound effect. So let's do audio player.
I'm so rushed with the end now that I'll be way too awake. I think I'm not only gonna not lose sleep over it for thinking how I would do it and how I would change it, I will also not be able to sleep because I'm just too filled with adrenaline now and happy that I fixed it and now it's working and I can play it and it's nearly a game and I finished nearly my first game. So that alone will keep me awake, sadly, for probably half an hour to 1 hour, 1.5, I don't know.
Then that would be one way you do it. So
could also eat a bit.
I'm gonna die intentionally, and then we'll try the confirm button. Yep, okay, that worked pretty good. So one last thing for this tutorial, if you do want to include music, you should probably import it to the project as either a MP3 or a OGG Vorbis file. So if we search the help for loop, and we scroll down to the bottom more or less, you'll see that 2 of the audio stream types, MP3 and OGG Vorbis, have loop supported. So if you toggle loop on, then it will keep looping through.
Oh, okay. So I can have a background music too.
And you could just use the same audio stream players as before to do that. So specifically for music, I think that would probably go on an
you always have that problem too. Need to relax after programming. Can't just straight go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying though.
It's just kind of there in the background, so you don't want to actually have a 2D position in your game usually, unless it's coming from a certain.
And the thing is, if I would relax now, I still have some episodes to watch of a series. So if I just watch one and then go sleep, it would be perfect. I would be relaxed. Everything would be good. But if I watch one episode of that now, I'm not sure if I'll stop afterwards. So I can't do that. And I just will like be awake for the time the episode would be anyway.
Source, like the player actually end the scene, then you can use audio stream player 2D, and that would basically be about it for playing music. It's just a looping MP3 or OGG Vorbis file, and you put it on an audio stream player that probably rests outside of the scene as a regular node rather than a 2D. So that just about covers what you need to know for audio inside of Godot, at least for the basics. And as you can see, of course, it works super well. It can support playing many sound effects at the same time, and you only need a minimal amount of coding to get it to work. In fact, if I'm honest, I wish I had actually just put the sounds in at the beginning of the course. Probably would have made it a little more interesting, but hey. So that's pretty much where we're at. It's possible also to add extra tutorials to the series, though. At least
sounds from the beginning would have been great.
Because the basic prototype is for the most part working. Of course, it would be nice now to add stuff like extra projectiles, maybe give the enemies projectiles, and then they can aim at the player, that kind of thing. But at this point, you guys should have a pretty good understanding of the basics of platformer mechanics, shooting projectiles in 2D, enemy collisions with players, behavior trees, and other miscellaneous things like setting up sound effects or game over screens and communicating data to the UI, like our little enemy counter over there to the top left. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys learned a lot, and until my future video content, I will see you then.
Yeah, I really hated and loved the tutorial series.
Hello everybody,
and
in this video I'm gonna
as like if I would give a review, I would always want to have finished this tutorial because it was exactly what I needed, but I would never want to do it right in that way, because there were just stuff that was struggling so much and he was cutting and jumping back and forth, which was hard to follow. But yeah, it definitely worth it. Definitely really nice to have finished the entire thing. Great to make it to the end of the tutorial. Thank you. Yeah, so I think with that, I stopped it at the right position, so it should start there tomorrow or Tuesday, whenever. And I want to do these 3 tasks, and then I can see if I continue this project and advance it more and find more tasks, or if I do a new project. But I think that is the next goal. So icons in the UI, add the sounds, and implement the enemy launching thing. And then maybe I would also make it at least that it's kind of challenging, but maybe that's challenging enough if they just launch at you and you need to position yourself because you have no dash. I don't know. But anyway, that's for tomorrow or the day after, something like that. Let me turn up the music and go to the end screen. Maybe a bit quieter so I can still talk. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. It was a lot of fun, and I nearly have my first mini game done. And that's really cool. It's not what I wanted to have till the end of January. I wanted to have, for my big game idea, to have one plant and one animal done with all the procedural animation stuff. But then I was sick this week for half of the week, so that got kind of ruined by that, I think. Else I might have, at least, like, I would have had a chance, but this is also fine. This is a really nice finish for my vacation. So yeah, with that, see you next time. Bye.